Welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue a playthrough of Lies of P. Apologies that I'm a little late. I've been very busy trying to just, yeah. Didn't wake up at the earliest time, trying to get lots and lots done in a small space of time before streaming, and yeah, I'm a few minutes late. Apologies. Anywho, we're here now. So last time we played was actually our first time playing Lies of P, and we did reasonably well. In the sense that we, made it quite a ways through the game. I mean, I don't know how big the game is. For those that are familiar, we beat the King's Flame Fuoco at the very end of the stream. But my point is that it was quite a there was always some progress being made. We didn't get majorly stuck at any point. Anywho, my recollection is I was told to go to the church, and that people were constantly giving me fire items, which heavily implies that we're going to want to use fire in the next area. Other than that, I'm not sure there's anything else to say. I just noticed I am slow rolling, which I wasn't slow rolling before. So is that due to additional weight? I think it probably is. I was probably using the Fulminus before. No, I'm still slow rolling. Why am I slow rolling? This is odd, because I definitely wasn't slow rolling when I fought Fuoco. Oh, maybe it's the combination of these two weapons? Could that be the difference? I think I had the Wintry Rapier equipped before. Where's weight? It does weigh a fair bit less. Was that what did it? That's what did it. Okay. So we've gotten to the bottom of that mystery. That is suboptimal. Can I level? I'm not sure if I checked if I could level at the end of last stream or not. So I assume that we continue the game by just carrying on through the last area we were in. That would be my assumption. Very nice. Right. Level at this thing. Absolutely not. Oh, hang on. Although, do we have any... No, we don't have any hard ergo. That's fine. Alright. Guess I'm going to swap out to the Wintry Rapier for a while, which is a shame, because we were getting on well with that other weapon. But I'm guessing we're going to be using this dagger a lot going forwards. Interesting. Alright. Well, let's be on our way then. Actually, how do I... There we go. Now we can actually see. Oh yeah, I forgot. We have a special grindstone now that will apply an effect to an item. Or maybe that's the same grindstone as usual. I'm not sure. But I remember we received something and we were specifically told you can now apply elemental effects to your weapons using the grindstone. Okay. Let's keep going. So, I don't think we've ever been this way before. This is all new. I say I didn't wake up all that early. I did actually get woke up earlier than I wanted. My sleep was interrupted. But it just turned out that today So I suppose it wasn't so much when I got up, so much as I just had too much to get done today. Hey Ruben, lovely to see you. This looks an awful lot like the area we were at before, but I don't think it is. How are you, Ruben? So are these still puppets that we're fighting? Yeah, we've definitely not been over here before. Hello Magnifico, how are you today? Thanks for the shout out yesterday. Oh, you're very welcome. That's a good point. I should probably give you a shout out now. Yeah, I've not been doing great. Lots of mental health issues. Lots of getting triggered and what have you. And unwanted thoughts. But other than that, I'm fine. Thank you for asking. Ow. Okay, so that's the tutorial about exploding barrels, I take it. Yeah, these are puppets, aren't they? How do I heal? That's how I heal. Good day. Ruben appears to be a casual streamer engaging in Elden Ring Night Rain under noob mode. Their content seems to be rather spontaneous at present. One hopes they find joy in their streaming pursuits. One does indeed. So as I was saying earlier on, I'm pretty sure we're heading to some sort of church now. Hello, Georgius. I can summon you if you want. But do you have the game? Do you have... do you know how to do the multiplayer? Because I've not done the multiplayer yet. Ow. I don't appreciate that. Uh-oh, I'm gonna die. Well, that didn't go well. It's almost like an unofficial walk-on now. It'll get better. I get my occasional episode too. Hope you can manage your day-to-day okay. Yeah, well the problem is that it's related to PTSD. That's what's fueling the depression. And so far I haven't been able to get effective treatment for that. I'm on a waiting list right now to be seen by NHS talking therapists. But what was it, like a couple of months ago that I applied, and I haven't heard from them since. I was warned that it might take a few months for them to find me someone. I mean, they tend to be slow finding. They tend to be slow getting people matched up to therapists anyway. I understand, but in my case, I wonder whether it may be exacerbated by the fact that I absolutely insisted that they find, if they can, they find me a therapist who has experience treating autistic people. That is, I insisted that they at least make an effort. And the person I was speaking to, who I believe they were a therapist, but they weren't acting as a therapist at the time. They were just doing, essentially, asking me questions and triaging. Blast. Well. What was I thinking? I remember them telling me, oh yeah, well that won't make any difference because PTSD is PTSD, isn't it? And it's like, yeah, but 60% of autistic people report having PTSD symptoms at some point in their life, and what is it, about 5% for the general population? You know, there is definitely a link there, and also I've had a lot of people tell me when I've discussed the events that led to me getting PTSD that, you know, like, oh, you just need to get over it. Like, it's not that big a deal, which tells me, I mean, they don't usually put it quite that callously, but that's what it comes down to. You know, this sense of like, well, that's really not that, they don't see it as being all that traumatizing, and so they have difficulty empathizing with me. And again, I think that's related to the autism. I think that it was very traumatizing for me, even if it wouldn't have been for other people. And that's why I've been like, no. If you can find someone that has experience treating autistic people, please, please assign me to them. What was the other point I was going to make? Oh yeah, and after I went to my autism assessment last year, they produced a report of what they'd found, and at the end of the report they provided lots of links and stuff to things that might be helpful to me, and they did explicitly say that, you know, because I was seeing a counsellor at the time who tried to help but sadly wasn't much help, and they were saying about how although they hope I make progress with that counsellor, it would be far better if I saw an autism specialist. So again, all these things. Anyway, I'm rambling at this point, but that's essentially the situation. It's not just depression. I did have to deal with depression one time before in my life, and I was able to move past it. Now I'm dealing with depression which is being caused by PTSD, and it's a lot harder to manage. Sorry, I will actually look at chat in a second. What? Oh, I must have died due to overheat. Oh, I do need to remember to refund Georgius and probably give Georgius a shout out as well while we're here. Where do I manage requests? Here I do. Reject. There we go. I just got wrecked like 4 times by Margit. I'm not trying to play another one today. Oh no. Sorry to hear that. Margit's the first major boss, aren't they? Obviously you can do bosses in... obviously being Elden Ring, you can play the game in... you have a lot of choice about the order in which you do things, but like in the story, Margit's the first big boss, aren't they? No, it's not the time, but this is why I disagree with socialized medicine. What, you mean because of the wait times? I mean, I don't know about for mental health specifically, because our understanding of mental health has changed a lot in the last few decades, but I would point out that historically the NHS was much better, and it's just gotten worse it's got worse over time, which suggests to me it's more likely to be related to things like poor management and possibly underfunding. That's something that we hear a lot in the UK, that, you know, oh, well, the NHS is struggling because it's underfunded, which may well be true. I don't have any reason to doubt it, but equally, I don't have access to the sort of data that I would need to assess whether that's true. But in any case, whatever the cause, it does seem to have gone downhill. I would say the underfunding thing is plausible, but I just don't... I would be surprised if that's the whole story, if you see what I mean. I suspect there are other factors, although underfunding is probably a significant one of them. Ow. Oh. This area is giving me a lot of trouble. Where was I? Indeed, we feel, see, hear much different to others. Also, our memory works differently. Georgios, I used to agree with that, but now I've got heart problems at 33. Oh, Reuben. I killed the same hound thing that teleported all over the place before that, yes. The wait times are horrid. Canada's healthcare system is the same. I see. It's the same here, but I get to pay 140 euros for it. Hey Jenny, lovely to see you. Good afternoon, Rob. I've just finished work. I will log in again and talk to you after I've returned home. Take care. Okie dokie, Jenny. I'm not sure if you're still here, but very, very sweet of you. A month. More patients, less funding. Inept practitioners, poor scheduling. I'm not sure that... I really don't think that having a private system solves most of those. And you also end up in the massive... with any private system, you end up with the massive problem of, well, what happens to the poor? What happens to the people that can't afford healthcare? The poor get subsidised by everyone else. Well, yeah, but at that point, if it's mandatory subsidisation, it has to take place. Then is that not just socialised healthcare? You also end up... Also, if you're going to do that, you need to be able to assess how much money people have, you know, what they should be paying. And you run into problems there. Who gets to make that call? And based on what criteria? You have all sorts of problems there, and so thinking you're also... Oh, I remember what I was going to say. And as soon as you have people making policies to decide who needs to pay what, you're going to end up with the problem that stereotypes start creeping in. And you're going to end up with people saying, but there's a difference between people that don't have much but are trying and people that don't have much because they can't even be bothered to work, which is... You know, that's something that you hear a lot. In the political discourse over here, and you know, it's just like, while from a purely theoretical point of view they sort of have a point, in practice you can't do that. You can't just look at someone and say, oh hey, we think you should be working harder, so we're going to deny you things, because you've not walked a day in their shoes. You don't know what they've gone through. You don't know what they're capable of. And as now I've become much more conscious of this in the last year through discovering and learning about my own neurodivergence and realizing about, obviously, other people's neurodivergence. And this is just one angle from which you can look at this. There are many other valid angles. You know, people are built differently. You know, just because you would find being in their shoes easy doesn't mean they do. You can't look inside their brain and know how they're experiencing the world and how much stress they're under and what they are ultimately capable of. It's just... sadly, it doesn't work that way. People play the system generally, so there is no perfect system because someone will always find a loophole. Oh yes, I have no doubt that's true. I've written a few articles on my website which are currently password protected while they get proofread, and I make improvements to them. One of them was about the events that led up to my developing depression and PTSD. One of them was about living with autism, and the other one is about trying to get mental health support in the UK. And one of the things I explicitly point out during it, one of the things that I've discovered whilst trying to get mental health support in the UK, is that the system is built in such a way that the people who make the biggest noise are most likely to be treated, which is different to the people that most need it. You know, if you tend to be a very modest person that doesn't like to make a fuss, you are much, much less likely to be treated by the NHS than if you are, I hate to say it, a bit melodramatic. And that's not good. That's not good for anybody. Like, you know, healthcare should be going to the people that need it the most, completely regardless of who's making the most noise. But that's just not the way it's built. Just as a matter of fact. We have limits in income regarding how much you're getting subsidised. Some people here just start working less as they make more money just to stay below the income line. It's a loophole. Yeah, and they wouldn't be irrational for doing so either. You know, that makes perfect sense. There's a major problem with the benefit system in the UK. Because, you know, there are various benefits that... A lot of the benefits that you can receive for all sorts of things, depending upon your circumstances, will have like an income threshold. So you're not entitled to it if you're earning above a certain amount. Now, what you have to understand is that historically they tended to be a lot more generous with what these thresholds were. But we've had repeated governments that have basically said, oh, we're fed up with people freeloading off of the system. So they make the thresholds more and more strict. So basically, doing things like making sure there's no tapering. So like it's all or nothing, and making sure the thresholds are really, really low for getting help. As in, you need to be... As in, you don't get help. The amount of money you would have to be earning in order to not get help is going down and down and down and down in real terms. You know, because they can do that without necessarily changing the thresholds, just by waiting for inflation to devalue the currency and not bothering to update the thresholds, not keep them in line with inflation. And the problem is that it leads to the situation where people conclude, wait, I am literally better off not working. Unless I can land myself in a really good, well-paying job, I would be a fool to, you know, be working more than this amount a month. And here's the problem. they're absolutely right. They would literally be poorer if they worked harder, and that's a system that has been built out of, as I say, multiple governments trying to deal with a problem they perceive with people trying to game the system. And it is just so stupid. It's not stereotyping if it's true. I'm not saying it is in all cases, but I've been in line behind people multiple times paying for groceries when I watch someone use their food stamps to pay for food, their cash to pay for alcohol, and placing their purchases into a 50k SUV. It can still be true and a stereotype. But the problem is, the stereotype doesn't necessarily give you the full picture. I have certainly seen people that just struggle to live a normal life for various reasons, which the system doesn't capture very well. You know, neurodivergence is a great example of that. You know, because a lot of autistic people really struggle with work and just, you know, doing the and completing everyday tasks. But it's not, that's an example of something that's not very well captured by the system. That, you know, I think a lot of autistic people would probably fall into the category of they'd be alright with part-time work with accommodations, but they couldn't very well keep down full-time work. But the system's not built to support that. Like, the minimum wage is built around people doing work full-time, not part-time. But if they're earning above a certain threshold, then they're suddenly not entitled to all sorts of benefits that they need. And those thresholds are going to be well below a living wage. I'm going to try swapping the weapon around and see if I have any more luck. Yeah, that's much better, isn't it? I guess these enemies aren't weak to fire as I suspected. It's not that I think you're wrong, Georgius, about the fact that people will game the system. I obviously think they will. But I think that you can't forget that at the same time there are people who are suffering because the system isn't catering to them. And I kind of feel like the whole people gaming the system is just part of human nature. You're never going to get rid of it entirely. And so it's more important to make sure that the proper incentives are built into the system so that people who can contribute are contributing, at least to the extent that they can, instead of having a system at the moment where people sometimes are very, you know, that they're literally, they would be irrational to even try to contribute what they can, because they can't contribute as much as society deems as being the minimum, if you see what I mean. Oh my goodness. It is most certainly not always the case, but there are people that freely admit they game the system and nothing is done about it. There can only be so much done. Example, insurance subsidies expired recently and people are complaining about their health insurance going to $150 a month for a family of 6. My wife and I pay $800 a month for 2 people. Ideally, I'm going to assume it was originally meant to be based off triage and it got taken advantage of. You're right about that, Rob. I've noticed this in real life. I'm more silently smart, but the stupid loudmouth will win in real life. They have to set the threshold finite at some point, otherwise someone would make $200 more and they could get it if they know someone, whereas someone who makes $2 more doesn't because they don't have the same connections. The problem is people just get jobs that pay cash, or, as I've seen this also repeatedly, tell their boss to schedule them a certain amount of hours. By no means am I saying that there should be no concessions made for those that are unable to provide for themselves or have limitations that require them to have assistance. I'm simply saying that the amount of people that take advantage of the system are the reason it's built the way it is and hasn't been changed. I disagree. I think that the problems with people taking advantage of this system in terms of the system as a whole aren't as great as people make out, and it's largely exaggerated for political reasons. There always will be some people taking advantage, but I don't think without quite compelling evidence to the contrary, I am not convinced it's actually that big a problem in proportion to the size of the system itself. It's more that a lot of people buy into the political idea of people freeloading off of society. And people get very angry about it, whether or not it's a real problem. And believe it or not, these arguments have been going back to... I was going to say Victorian times. I'd have to double check. I think there's a chance it was actually... You can actually find good examples of this sort of political discourse even pre-Victorian times, going back to... Yeah, it was around Tudor times, wasn't it, that... Now I think about it, you started to see this sort of thing being discussed. Or at least the political stereotypes emerging. Oh dear. Hey Rowdy, lovely to see you. Here in the States, people who take advantage of the system is quite small. That is also my impression over here. I think that politicians make a very, very big deal about people taking advantage of the system, when in reality the number of people that are actually doing it and costing the system a lot of money are extremely small. I mean, it's kind of like how big companies know that, for example, they're going to lose out on a certain amount of... They're going to lose out on a certain number of sales for no good reason. Like if you're operating at the size of, say, Amazon, some of your goods are going to get stolen. Doesn't mean they should be, or that we as a society should turn a blind eye, but it just statistically it's going to happen. And so as a result, they end up compensating for that by just putting everyone's putting up the price for everyone a little bit, so that they can easily cover the amount they're losing. In reality, I suspect their margins are high enough that they could easily cover it anyway, but still. And I think that's what Georgius was referring to before about how people taking advantage of the system then end up making the system worse for everybody else. But the thing is, without seriously compelling evidence, I'm not convinced it's actually like costing people gaming the system are actually like costing the NHS that much money as a proportion to the total budget of the NHS. Because the thing is, I've heard plenty of politicians talking down about people exploiting the system and how terrible it is. But yet I have never once seen them quote actually believable statistics to actually prove the point. Like I say, that sort of discourse I believe is more... I think it's a real phenomenon that gets exaggerated by politicians to suit their own political agendas. To you as well. Okay. Well, I'm surviving. But I'm just... that was in response to the actual game. I'm surviving in real life as well. Uh-oh. Ow. Sorry, I'll catch up with chat in a second. Oh my goodness, this enemy is frustrating. Ow. Nearly dead. Oh. Finally defeated, and I got an item for defeating them. Hopefully that suggests that they were a sort of mini boss and they're not going to respawn, because oh my goodness were they a nuisance to deal with. Where were we? False. The amount of people that take advantage of Social Security, welfare, Section 8 and food assistance is ridiculous. If you honestly believe otherwise, explain to me how someone getting housing assistance, food assistance, and still wearing $200 shoes while driving a $40,000 cars with their hair, nails done, and going to the club exist. Well, we would need to know how many people are taking how much out of the system that shouldn't be, and how large of a proportion that is of the total population, or crucially as a proportion to the amount that's everyone has to contribute to the system. How much? I suppose what you want to know is how much is going into the system, how much is being usefully used, and how much is being put to use where it shouldn't be. The existence of a few people that managed to do that, the existence of a few people that managed to do that but are very, very visible, doesn't prove that it's a large proportion of the amount of money that goes into the system that is being wasted. And also, you don't know their circumstances. You don't know what they're capable of. Again, you've kind of made an assumption that if they have nice things, then they therefore aren't struggling with everyday life, which isn't necessarily true at all. I mean, it might be as simple as they struggle with It might be as simple as they struggle with day-to-day tasks, but they have, for example, wealthy friends and family that look after them. I have done independent research and it's actually factual. I'm above the financial threshold to receive Medicaid and I do not receive it because those are the rules. I have been on lines for food stamps and people do wear what appears to be $200 shoes, and they are fake shoes designed to look as such. Should practice better research habits or at least attempt to rein in the bias. My wife does this for a living. There are people that her organisation work with that purposely let their bills go late, their rent be past due, and other things happen, just so they can go to her organisation and others to have them pay it for them and repeat. This is not a significantly insignificant sample. I did this research years ago, so it may not be fact any longer. I was under the impression of the same facts, hence doing the research. But she does know their circumstances. Your argument falls flat. There are intake requirements for every person they help. She told me the requirements to get assistance from them and then explained what a large sample of them do and how they can get away with it. They scam thousands every 6 months from just them. That doesn't include the other organisations they also hit up. Don't get me wrong, I don't think they should strengthen the requirements because people that actually need that help would possibly be denied. The problem is societal, not necessarily procedural. I'll freely admit that I'm biased in my opinion because I only have her point of view, so please forgive the comment about reining your bias, Rowdy Rain. I think the problem is, and I hope you'll forgive me for saying this, I don't think any of us really have the access to the sort of data it would take to really look into this. And it's only really government departments that would. The thing is, I am much more exposed to people that need help and aren't getting it than I am exposed to people...
Bodies? Could they be from Moonlight Town? Whoa, did puppets do this?
Than I am exposed to people that are clearly taking advantage of the system. But I feel like if you're going to, if one is going to make the argument that society is struggling because of people that are freeloading off of it, which is the argument I see from the right-wing parties in the UK all the time, then the onus is on you to prove it. And I don't see that evidence being put forward. They just put together a straw man. They say, oh, there are people like this out there. And then they just say, and that's why everything is terrible. It's like, you haven't proven anything. Like, okay, sure, there are going to be some people like that out there. It would be strange if there weren't. But you have not proven that they actually make up a significant portion of the people who are claiming things, or that the amount that they are benefiting is more than the system can reasonably pay. As long as there are dishonest people, there will be problems with this type of help, and people who have the data cook it to fit their politics. I agree with that. There is no way to analyse the data completely apolitically because everyone will allow some of their bias into the analysis. The problem with proving it here is that they are understaffed, overworked, and they are more concerned with helping people asking for help, as they should be, than taking people off that shouldn't be on it. Sorry, just replying to something quickly. Right, where was I? Can we change the subject, of course? Looking into the problems of Western modern society is always going to be a mess. Yeah, I don't mind having these discussions, as long as we're respectful to each other. Honestly, I think that can be a very positive thing, that you actually get to hear the opinion of people you disagree with, and you can think about it. Even if they don't manage to convince you at all. But it's also fair to say that I don't think we're going to solve the problems of modern Western society today, and I'm not sure that many new points are being made, so I think it's perfectly reasonable to suggest we move on. I didn't even get wish good evening. Hey Tato, lovely to see you. How are you? Good evening, and may the night treat thee kindly. I'm watching 2 streams at once. Sorry, Tater. Hi. Sorry, did I miss a comment from you, Tato? I have an idea. We can talk about me being unhelpful and a bit of a jerk. I wouldn't say... I don't think that's... You're being fair to yourself, Georgius. Also, how am I starting to actually enjoy Elden Ring? I mean, it's a good game. Can I even reclaim that without being plunged again? Wait, why are you allowed over the bridge and I'm not? Oh. Can I make it over that way? No. Oh, I survived this time. I must have just been low enough on health that I died last time. Why are there red lights everywhere? And where is it actually coming from? I don't think, even though those barrels have red lights on, I don't think they're... Oh, it's because there's a butterfly nearby. There it is. 2 of them. Okay. Oh my goodness. Present moonstone. Oh, and the other one's still here. I expected it to have despawned by now. Oh my goodness. There we go. There we go. Moonlight Town. Oh, hang on. How do I read that? Georges, you can have your opinion relating to the system. I'm not going to continue having discourse with someone who tells others to put their bias aside when you clearly said that this is what your wife does for a living. Because this is your wife's occupation, there is bias in your statements. Have a wonderful time zone. I'm sorry that the discussion led to so much upset. There it is. Found it. Moonlight Town is the lowest place in the city where pilgrims prepare for their journeys. What pilgrims? Worshipping who or what? Since Saint Frangelico met the one-winged angel and founded the church, Moonlight Town has become known as a place where pilgrims are lifted to the cathedral by pulley and prepare for their pilgrimages. Right, so I'm looking for a pulley system. Andreas' reputation was at its peak when he was appointed as a priest. At the time, Kraut was only a poor country town, but Andreas didn't mind and devoted himself to taking care of the people. They were even saying that Saint Frangelico himself had returned. Wait, who were they talking about? Andreas. Right, Moonlight Town actively helped the priest's good deeds and always acted together as colleagues who delivered the word of God. So it's a monotheistic religion. The decision to accept the alchemist from outside and revive Kraut was made in Moonlight Town. After all, it was the birthplace of the Kraut we know today. Today we have cable railways instead of pulleys and the city of the future instead of a country village, but our virtues remain unchanged. Just like how the angel wrapped Saint Frangelico in his wing when he fell in the cold. People should help each other. The place lower than any other, Moonlight Town, is proof that virtue is still here. Now, a one-winged angel seems like quite the evocative symbol, doesn't it? I wonder what the significance of that is. You haven't proven anything. My wife's job has nothing to do with my opinion, have you? Your self-reported years ago research has even less relevance to the conversation. May I suggest that we move on? It's clear that people are getting very upset. Ideally, what I would in the perfect world, it would be nice if we could have these discussions respectfully without people getting upset, but I am very keen on making sure that this remains a safe space for all. I don't want people feeling alienated. So I think perhaps we need to put a polite little curtain over this conversation for now. And I'm not blind to the fact that I very much was taking part in this conversation as well. So if people are feeling uncomfortable, I realise that I share more than a fair proportion of the blame. Oh wonderful, I've been trapped in here. Parry. I did try blocking there. It looks like if they get the initial hit, then you can't bring up the block fast enough. Deflect. Perfect guard even. I can. I've deliberately not been trying to do parry riposte in this game because I can't get the timing right. I tried it early on. And I was useless at it. The rushing text at 5 hits. You have to parry each. Oh dear. Well, I don't see that happening, frankly. How do I get out of here? Not this way. Up here? And up here, probably. No? Oh, there. The ladder. Need to practice, and parry is quite important in this. I wasn't even close to being able to get it. It felt like you only had a frame or two to actually... It felt like the parry window was only... had a duration of a frame or two. It was just absolutely horrendous. Even more Sekiro and Clair Obscur. Yeah, well, I've not played those, but I feel like I would be surprised if the parry window is so unforgiving in those games. It's definitely more than a frame or two. Interesting. Because on one of the first bosses I tried over and over to get the parry and I just couldn't. Oh, there. Where to now? Ah! That then lets me out. I see. You know that you can mix weapons. Are you doing quality build? I'm doing Dex. If I mix weapons, you mean swap the handle and the hurty bit, then yes. In fact, why don't I show you my current stats? That's what we're working with right now. Well, see, you're doing a dex build and use a weapon that scales best on advanced, it seems. Yeah, but its technique scaling isn't terrible. And this is my most damaging weapon. By quite a long way. Well then. Is this... This must be a puppet, I assume.
Do you want to go up, child? I'm sorry, but the train isn't in service anymore.
Oh, they must be wearing a mask, of course. The Atoned. dog mask.
The cathedral isn't the sanctuary it once was. The people who went up there never returned. I still don't know what happened, but I do know this. The cathedral is off limits. Forever.
The masked ones are not puppets. Oh, interesting.
If you're determined to pass, you must prove your identity. Who are you? Are you a stalker?
We're not, are we?
You've been warned, child. I am a sinner who could not save the ones I loved. If I let you go up there, that will only compound my sin. Even if it hurts, persevere, my child. Having only one leg and one arm should curb your curiosity.
You're going to attack me, aren't you?
Child, only the worthy may pass. Cherish your life. I do not wish to witness more.
I'm gonna lose here, aren't I?
Child,
Yep.
consider this your salvation.
The Ugly Duckling and The Emperor's New Clothes are beloved classics, but who was the imaginative author behind these tales? Find out when the ads end in about a minute. Is there a safe way down which doesn't involve my doesn't involve my jumping here? I don't think there is. Oh, Hans Christian Andersen is a renowned Danish author who wrote The Ugly Duckling, The Emperor's New Clothes. I didn't know that. I know he wrote the Little Mermaid. Also, your weapon was doing much damage to puppets. Yes, because puppets don't like electricity. But I did notice it wasn't doing as much damage to the person we just fought. Are they ever going to let this 28 days per year later franchise die? I can't say I'm all that familiar. We do not have a good weapon yet. The zombie survivor movers probably in 28 years.
Child, only the worthy may pass.
Let me grab my ergo. Please let me have my ergo. I still don't have the ergo. There we go. Right.
Cherish your life. I do not wish to witness more death.
So I don't have a single good weapon yet. Interesting.
You'll soon find out. Falling down here is better than devouring terror above.
There we go, that's what I wanted to do.
You'll soon find out. Falling down here is better than devouring terror above.
Really? You're not going to do anything? Alright. Oh wow, they're actually overheated. I don't think we've ever caused an enemy to be overheated before.
Devouring terror above.
Angel's wing.
I cannot? No. Still, that's a win. And that's a win I wasn't sure I was going to get. They're releasing another later this month. I'm going to guess face tanking is not the ideal strategy for this particular boss, parry. I can't parry reliably. I've tried parrying in this game. It's a bit like Dark Souls 2. I just can't do it. I'm just going to have to try and get through without parrying.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Pilgrim's Cable Railway.
Recording, I'm guessing.
Now, those of you who joined us in Moonlight Town, we hope your preparations for the Pilgrim's journey are well underway. Fascinating town, Moonlight, just fascinating. Back in the day, the only way to reach the cathedral was using a rope and pulley. So, thanks for building it on a cliff, St. Frangelico. I kid. Frangelica, wonderful saint, wonderful. Anyway, next stop, the Bridge of Atonement. While you atone there, don't miss a magnificent view of beautiful Krat. It's been my pleasure, friends, and enjoy the rest of your journey. I've been your captain on this ride, Gemini!
Oh, that was Gemini.
Well, not bad, huh? Oh, I really am good at this. When in doubt, let Gemini be your guide. You look annoyed. What I do? I'm sure it's fine. Let's get a move on, pal.
Okay, here's hoping for...
Something's off.
Oh, there's a
Do you see
stargazer.
that over there? I recognize dead puppets. That's to be expected. But what is that?
I don't see what you're seeing. Right, let's have one more capacity. I do, Robert. It does seem rather amiss. What? Frosty? Are you responding to Gemini's comment? You see it and I don't. Wait, what? That's not the direction I went in.
No idea what those things are, pal. Approach with caution.
Maybe they're friendly. Hello there. Oh, you know what I didn't do when I leveled? I didn't spend the hard ergo, which I could have done. Which way's the main path and which way's the side path? Hard to say. Ow! Ow! What did they say? That sounded like it was supposed to be a word. Ah, this will collapse, won't it? Yeah, thought so. So then I haven't accidentally skipped the side path. That be gone? Rightio, let's keep going. Hang on, that looks like I can go over that way. That might also be worth a look. No, I can't. Can't get over to the log, I don't think. No. Oh well.
What is happening? What's their problem? Wait, their bodies are strangely altered. I don't know what's going on, but keep those eyes of yours open.
It's so dark. Why can't we play a brightly coloured game for once? Or brightly coloured Souls-like. Is this the church? It must be. Woman's prayer. I pray with all my heart. Please withdraw your wrath from Krat, just as you enveloped Saint Frangelico with angels' wings. Wings, plural. Please save us as well. If the judgment was unavoidable because of our corruption, please at least spare my child your wrath. This baby has done no wrong. Please let my Charlotte enter heaven. If there's anyone who finds this, please Please pray for us and know that there was a desperate sadness here. One winged angel. So there, it is one wing on one side. Like they've lost a wing. It's not like it was some sort of central wing or something. Pray, you who are exhausted and injured. That's an odd thing to have written. Exhausted and injured. Exhausted I can understand, but injured? I mean, not that people wouldn't necessarily pray if they weren't injured, but like, why were they expecting a lot of people turning up here to be injured? That's not a good noise. Okay then. I think we just got experience during the actual cutscene. I wonder if I took damage for that. Some sort of mushroom on their head. Oh, hang on. I'm supposed to do a heavy attack now, aren't I? Oh, too late. The window's gone. Blast. They got me. That was going very, very well for the first half of that fight. Then not so much. Hello, Rob. Hope everything's going well. I've just returned from work. Wonderful. I hope you had a decent day. Wait, have I not been this way? Have I? I'm confused. Wait, I've gone backwards, haven't I? I think. No. Wait. I don't... have I? I thought we were well past this point. Oh, lovely luck, Tato. Okay, here we go. we've made it back over here. This has changed. There were loads of enemies here, now there aren't. I can see one enemy, which is presumably the large one that killed us last time, but other than that... Oh, I don't get my ergo back, it picked up the wrong thing. There we go. That does seem a little excessively violent, but anyway. Oops. Through we go. Cloudy evening. Ah, there we go. A concerning noise. You who have sinned, repent with your tears. Only those who have cleansed their souls may move forward. I don't know what that means. Ah, is that the good vicar, Angel, the good parson, Angel, why did... Nope, mister. Angel, why did you abandon us? The cathedral scares me. Oh, Angel, why did you abandon us? The cathedral scares me. I want to go home. Every night there is a monster crying in the basement. Even if I sing hymns, I can't hear it in my ears. It'd be better if the Archbishop was with us. But he's busy praying. Angel, please hear our prayers. Let us go home, please. Yeah, this is all very gothic, isn't it? Gothic horror. Do I go down there? I suppose I do. It's brighter down there than it is up here. Unless they've got some very bright lights down there, how does that make sense? Ah! Okay. That's the way I came from, isn't it? No, it's not. Well, I'm dead. Oh, you know what I forgot to do again? Spend my ergo. My, hard ergo. Let's quickly grab my ergo back. What happened here? That's on top of the floor, I think. Some sort of brown goop. Did the good parson leave that like a slug trail? Or are we supposed to conclude something else about what that was? That's odd. Oh, I guess I did miss that the first time. Right, there's the Death Ergo. The Stargazer? Oh, back here? Yes. Right, let's quickly level and then we'll carry on the trail of that boss. Technique, I think. Unless I want to pivot into a quality build. I'm not sure I do though. Levels certainly are costing us a lot more now, aren't they? Than when we started. Right, I think I just have to put up with the decay for now. Oh, there were people in there. Very interesting. But they don't seem to know how to use a ladder. Wonderful. Right, what is cat dust? Temporary reduces presence. A special dust that reduces your presence. When approaching from behind, it allows you to elude detection temporarily. You can still be discovered by enemies with sharp senses or upon being caught in sight. A special dust that reduces your presence, like a cat. It's said that hunters enjoyed using it when spying on opponents. No! I should check that amulet I picked up as well, shouldn't I? See if it gives me decay protection. Oh my goodness. Nearly went off the edge. I get over there? I am uncertain. No. And I'm dead. Oh, blast. Who was at the helm of the cult classic The Blues Brothers, orchestrating the comedic chaos of Jake and Elwood's mission from God? Find out when the ads end in about a minute. That was very close. Guarding the decay. Let's carry on. Okay. Wonderful. I can't think of a way to get to there which isn't drop down there. So maybe that's what we have to do. Oh yeah, if you actually look there, that does make sense. Here? Yes. There we go. Progress. I'm wondering if I can get over there as well. Ow! No! Blast. The director who brought the rhythm and the laughs to the Blues Brothers was none other than John Landis. I'm not familiar with John Landis. Nearly fell off again. No! Oh, this is getting very frustrating. All the pointless deaths. Hang on, when I fell down and died before, my ergo ended up at the bottom. Not up the top like you would expect in Dark Souls. That's slightly concerning. I don't see it down there now. Hopefully it is up the top. Ow. Good. Who did that and how? Oh, it must have been you. That's not the best place for my death ergo to have ended up, but oh well. It is what it is. No! This game. I'm not a fan of this section. This section is tedious. Oh well. Right, one other place I want to try and get to. I don't know if I can. Down here one last time. And then over here. And roll over there. Okay, we can try this a few times. We can do this bit safely. I'm not likely to just accidentally die because of it. Oh dear. Nope. Maybe that's just a teaser then of somewhere that we're going to be able to reach later on. Oh, nothing here. Oh, up this way? Whoa, whoa. Last. Dead again. Why does it say lie or die? I understand what you are dead means, but lie or die implying there's a choice? I mean, what am I supposed to draw from that? Am I supposed to imagine that the Grim Reaper comes along and will say, oh no, we're not dead. No, you can believe me, I'm a puppet. Oh my goodness. Okay. Progress, I think. Right, last time I died, it was because it's very dark and I couldn't see that there wasn't a way forward there. Oh, why have they designed this place in such a frustrating fashion? Like, it's the wrong sort of difficult. It's not fun difficult, it's just annoying difficult. Guess we're going this way. No! This is so badly designed. I mean, you can't even... The game engine isn't designed for, like, parkour or anything like that. You can't even argue that this is, like, a platforming section or or a good platforming section or anything like that, because they hide where it is safe to stand and where it isn't. At least with a platformer you should be able to clearly see where you're going next. But they're not even doing that. A rather intriguing clue regarding fire items. One hopes it proves most useful for the forthcoming encounter. Indeed. Frosty. Okay, good. I say good. Oh! That can't be where my Death Ergo ended up. Strange. Alright. Could be a lot worse. Could be a lot better, but could be a lot worse. Down that way, I suppose. I wonder if that will take us to the location that we saw before. The one where I said... The one where there was the broken wall. And I said, I wonder if that's... just... foreshadowing. Recognize this place. I don't think we knew this was here. That's odd. That looks like electricity. What was that just... Oh. Wonderful. Oh, this game! What was I supposed to do about that? I didn't see anywhere on the side to hide. Maybe there was and I just missed it. I don't think we've ever taken a moment to really consider the fact that these appear to be mutated people. Because up till now, I don't think we've seen any evidence that... I mean, all the strange creatures we've seen have been automatons. This is the first time we've seen... any evidence that people themselves could change. I suppose what I'm getting at is that sort of biological technology we hadn't seen any evidence for. They certainly look like it. Hey Pikachu, lovely to see you. How are you? No! Oh, and that means my death ergos. I didn't reach my death ergo either, so I lost some of it. Oh, this area. Everywhere I planned to be today is closed, so I just did a quick NR run with Ruben. Oh, that's lovely. I mean, it's not lovely that everywhere you plan to be today is closed. That's not ideal. But, it's heartening to hear that you've had played some Night Rain with Ruben. How did it go? Oh my goodness! A 40 stream streak. That's incredible, Pikachu. Thank you. I wish I could so reliably tune into your streams. Speaking of your streams, let's give you a shout out. Oh, you're only here for about 15 minutes. Understood. I'll pop back later though. I look forward to it. No! Oh my goodness. I've been to this area, I realise. Because I've got the good parson coming up, don't I? So they didn't even survive. I did manage to kill them, it just took a while for the damage to proc. Okay, good. No! I despise this area. His Excellency, indeed, well remembered. I must admit, I had hoped I'd have reached him by now, but I am really struggling with this environment. time to repair the weapon. First time we've had to do that, I think. We've done it before, but we haven't had to do it before. I think that's the first time we've actually seen a weapon get really quite low. Are those clergymen really excellent enough to be called so? I mean, traditionally clergymen are treated with a very great deal of respect. This is the bit that got me before. Okay, I've managed to get past the electric bolt this time. Just. Oh! Oh my goodness! No! No! Don't! This game! This game indeed is excellent. This section isn't excellent. As I was saying earlier, it's the wrong type of hard. It isn't fun hard, it's just tedious and frustrating hard. Get another Stargazer soon. Like his excellency. Well, I don't know, I've not met his excellency yet. I'm sorry, I'll stop. It's alright. No! I don't like how the items work in this game. The fact that the same button will do two different items depending on whether I press up or down last. I just used a healing item for no reason because I was trying to repair my weapon. Okay, good, good, good. No! Just take it slow and be a chicken like me. Well, I mean, a lot of the deaths weren't due to being overly foolhardy or anything like that. Like just then, I only died because I failed to properly walk a tightrope. Careful, peek around each corner. I know where all the enemies are. I've got them memorized at this point. Ow. Nicely done, ma'am. You don't have stick drift, do you? Oh my goodness, I forgot you had stick drift when you did this. Have you got that stick drift solved yet? No! It fixed itself. Oh, wonderful. That's good news. What are the streaming plans for this week? On Friday we were planning on doing Split Fiction, weren't we? But other than that... Ah! Trying to avoid that. Mind. No, nearly fell off. There we go. Right, now I need to get past that electric boulder. Alright, now's the time. Run, 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 run. Alright, where's the second one? The one that got me last time. There you are. I don't trust that one behind me not to get up. Doesn't look like they will. I heard... Oh no, that was the boulder, wasn't it? Alright, which way's the way forwards and which way's the side path? This looks like it's probably the way forwards, which means the other way is the side path. Let's wait for the boulder to go again. I want to get to that ladder is all. Nope, 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 nope. Here we go. Ooh. You need a Trinity key. No! But I haven't been given another riddle. I'd better write that down. So it doesn't get forgotten. In my Lies of P notes. Decay is weak to fire. I just realised I needed to update my notes on various weaknesses in the game. Right, where were we? Oh, I never completed the Murphy quest, did I? Trinity key near electric boulder in church. Hopefully that's the only electric boulder, and I'm not going to end up there's not going to be so many electric boulders coming up ahead that that's not a useful note. Oh dear, I just popped into multi-stream for his deathless run and he died. Oh no! Poor dreading morality. There's something there that can be examined. I should probably deal with the enemies in the area first. No, 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 no. Fast. Oh, hey there, God, you know, lovely to see you. Have I... Oh, what is, Morty's Twitch handle? Is it Dreading Mortality? Is that right? I think that's right. Let me know if I've got that right, Pikachu. Until 1990, this city bore the name Leninkan, after the famous Soviet leader. Can you name this city? Find out in the ads end in about a minute. I cannot. I mean, yeah, I can. I recently played this game and did not have a good time. Sorry to hear that. That God, you know? Piku, you still here? Let's play. Formerly known as Leninakan, the city is now called Gyumri. Did not know that, and I'm probably mispronouncing that. My Russian pronunciation isn't all that brilliant. God, you know, I told you then, it was now or never, and unfortunately I can't play now. Oh dear, sad times. The stars aligned for us 1 hour, and now they've shifted. Did I correctly shout out Morty? Pikachu? Or did I get the Twitch handle wrong? But congratulations on your roof installation, that looks awesome. Yes, you did. Excellent. Dreading Mortality is a middle-aged orphan Twitch pilgrim. Offers a friendly and cozy gaming experience. Their recent broadcasts feature challenging runs in Elden Ring, including a Deathless Dream and a Christmas run. They also explore Project Zomboid and Resident Evil 4. Avid fans of From Software games will find much to enjoy here. Alright, could have gone a lot worse, I shouldn't grumble. Oh, why? Okay, good. Good. Just the electric boulder to go. To be honest, the bit we've just done is the really hard part. I'm not expecting... I could muck it up, but realistically I'm not expecting the electric boulder to be a big problem here. It will hit me once. Yeah, right at the top, it always does. But that's fine. Good. We're making progress. And there's my death ergo. So yeah, how'd you get on with Lies of P, that God you know? You said you didn't have a great time. get much further than this? What specifically did you find upsetting about it? You couldn't express it without too many spoilers. Excellent. He's probably playing NR again. Oh, right. Oh, what are people's opinion on the notes at the top of the screen? I think those might be even more useful in a puzzle game, but in any game I'm thinking just having some notes there so that when people drop in they can see exactly what's going on. The Archbishop is dead. Those who are still alive must flee from the dead. He beat it, I believe. He and Archdad were racing. Oh, I see! I had heard about that race, so... weren't they racing lots of different games? Like it was like do Dark Souls 1 through 3 and Elden Ring and apparently Night Rain. But you're saying that God You Know won? When you say they were racing, if one of them could have streamed a lot more... Oh, there is a jump. If one of them could have streamed a lot more, then you'd expect them to finish first. So were they adjusting... Were they counting in-game time only? That was horrible. Don't want to do that again. Although the game may force me. I don't know the way forwards. There, probably. It looks like there could be something over there, but I really don't want to muck up that jump and then have to go all the way to the start. No! Oh, I am not happy. I don't know who won. They were racing 7 games. Who can make it to the end of all games first? I don't know the specifics of the rules. Just run straight. I was running straight. But I hit that giant cog. The cog is the bridge. But it was moving. Timing. That was painful. This continues to be painful. Surprisingly, I didn't have that much trouble this part as I do the boss. I'm finding this part awful. I just can't do it. Please, game. Deary me. Peaks! Potato! Okay. Okay. Could be a lot worse. Oh shoot, I have to be right back. It's nothing to do with your rival, Tato. I'll be back in 30 minutes or so. Oh, okay. Okie dokie. You take care. Too late. Fire against carcasses is a good idea. Using. Yes, I figured that. Because they were telling me I needed to go to the church, and then absolutely everybody was just throwing fire items at me left, right and centre. It seemed like a bit of a hint. Wait, hang on. Did I see correctly that there was a... Oh, what's it called? One of the sticky outy bits on a cog. Is it a lug? I may be making that up. It looked like there was at least one missing. There. No! You've got to be joking. I am very lucky. But I'm gonna have to get past the electric boulder again, and it's gonna take some of my health. I'm really struggling with this bit. I couldn't have timed it better than that. Wish me luck. Just gonna try it again. Alright, I made it over there. Wait, what? I didn't even know I could do that. Is that going to make the area easier going when if I respawn again? I suppose so. Alright. So is there also a lug missing from one of these cogs? I'm leaning towards no. You burned the oil. Was that the thing causing the decay? Come on, no. That'd make USA very unhappy. There are oil fires are a thing. Like, they do have very large oil fires in the US, and obviously they don't ideally want them to be on fire, but they can't always put them out. I think they are purposely put on fire. This is new. Well, I definitely want to explore that, but I also want to get my Death Ergo. I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually how we get to the boss area. To stop harmful gases from escaping, I see. Stop it! Oh. Burning them converts into CO2 and H2O, which is not good but better than H2S. Hydrogen sulfide? Well, where does all the sulfur go? This game is trying my patience. Let me check. Oh, SO2, I think. It's a sulfur dioxide. Unlikely I'll do it this time, given that, yeah, I'm not going to do it. Hydrogen sulfide, H2S, is generally more acutely toxic and rapidly lethal at higher concentrations, acting as a neurotoxin, while sulfur dioxide is a potent respiratory irritant, corrosive, and causes problems at lower prolonged exposures, triggering asthma and lung issues, making both of them hazardous but in different ways, with H2S posing an immediate danger of collapse, and HO2 a risk for chronic respiratory issues. Sulfur dioxide will also cause acid rain, won't it? The lesser evil type thing. Yes. Yeah, won't sulfur dioxide combine with water and oxygen in the air to form H2SO4, sulfuric acid? That went uncommonly well. I'm on full health and I haven't used a single healing item yet. I'm not quite sure how I managed that. But hey ho. wish I could turn this boulder off. Actually, I'm gonna outright ask if anyone in chat knows. Can I turn this boulder off? Is there just some item I've missed that will allow me to just disable it entirely? Some sort of lever or something. Acid rain, yeah. H2S is in really low quantity. Mostly it is done to burn off natural gas. But why wouldn't you harness the natural gas? I think you can, but then you don't come this way. Okay, now I've used 2 helo items. Still, we've got past. Now I need to not botch these jumps. No. No! Oh, why? Oh well, try again. Well, that could have gone better. No! There's no point. I may as well go back to the No, I won't. It'll take too long. I was gonna say I may as well go back to the Stargazer and start again. But the run back would be long enough that it probably is still worth me trying this. This game. Hey Mike, lovely to see you. How are you? You're just chilling and going to play some Neo. How about you? How are you doing? I'm not doing great. mental health problems as usual. But I'm surviving, thank you for asking. Why does it form sparks when we slide down that ladder? Giving you a huge hug whether you need it or not. Thank you. So, no! So what's Neo like? I recognise the name, but I can't place it. Ooh. Look at that. There's an item there, well worth getting. Not obvious how we'd do it though. Can I change the way jumping works in this game? Is that a thing I can do? Because I'm currently I'm finding the jumping system it's currently got it set up difficult. Dodge, forward jump. Will I get away with that? I will. Actually. What about that? No, you won't let me do that. Fair enough, we'll go with this. Should be a little easier. Oh, we've got ads incoming soon. We just had ads. You shouldn't have. You should be getting ads once every half hour. Alrighty then. Okay, hang on. We have a problem here. Why couldn't I roll then? It was just jumping instead. Wait, where did you come from? You don't usually come over here to ruin my day. Oh, dearie me. Okay. Alright. Can I jump over there? That's the question. Yes! Wait, where's the chest? Up there? Oh no! Did I jump down at the wrong point? Can you guess the number of different hats Madonna dons in the film Evita? Find out when the ads end in about a minute. 766,271,502. I tell you, that is certainly a most generous estimate. While Madonna did indeed adorn herself with a remarkable array of headwear in Evita, the actual number was slightly more modest, 85. Your enthusiasm for sartorial splendour is quite commendable, however. So close. Madonna showcased her versatility in Evita by wearing an impressive 39 different hats throughout the movie. A detail, a truly memorable estimate. It's 39 now. I need to jump down onto there. Okay. Noted. Okay. Alrighty. So we've made a note about the item we don't know how to get to yet. I quite simply couldn't have timed it better. So I stand by my earlier observation that you always get hit. Oh, this isn't ideal. Okay, I don't have any healing items, but I have made it to the top. No, no! You jumped too early. It is ridiculous how long this section has been causing me trouble. But I'll bear that in mind, Tato. So we think the problem is jumping too early, specifically. Stop that. Oh. I've just noticed my death ergo's gone down a lot. I actually had over 3,000 saved up earlier, and now it's about half that. So I haven't managed to get back to my death ergo for ages, clearly. Very vexing. It's such a poorly designed section of the game. If I don't get it soon, I may skip this bit. I assume I can get to the boss just by taking the left turn there, underground. I do want to, like, collect everything. But, you know, there comes a point where you have to say it's just not worth it. Oh my goodness, game. Good. Unbelievable. One more go, then I'm skipping it. Okay, we're not doing too badly. Good. Very good. Excellent. Ow. Goodness. There we go. Right, through. That's the last of the enemies dealt with. Now I've just got the jumping puzzle. Right. Maybe I will go back to the default controls. I didn't particularly like them. But I think I got the impression there that the game sometimes gets confused when it's rebound to be the same button as dodge, which is a shame. There we go. Now that's a bit that's really got me stuck before. Excellent deduction regarding the fire weakness, everyone. It appears the church is our next destination. This knowledge will surely prove invaluable. Oh, I don't want to muck this up. Oh, I did it. Looks like there's a stargazer up ahead. You walk onto the revolving platform and walk on. That's not the stargazer. Please, stargazer? Ah, that's the bit where we jump down to get to the item. I have no idea what that does, but hopefully... In fact, I can probably use one of those platforms to get there. Oh, that's what it's done. It's reversed the direction. Yeah, that's not going to be hard to get to at all now. I can just stand... I can keep going up. I think I can just use those platforms like an elevator now. Okay. This enemy is actually... scarier than I gave them credit for. We'll come back this way. None of this is going to fall down on me, is it? I hope not. No. Crescent Moonstone. Oh, I just remembered Crescent Moonstone's what we need for the next tier of upgrade, isn't it? So actually, I don't know when I'm going to get to the boss, but whenever I do, it would be well within my interests to go back to the hotel and level my equipment. Stop that. We'll get him. I went into that fight because of all the parkour and so on. I went into that fight with almost no healing items, which obviously did not help one bit. Now that we have the shortcut back, I don't see in principle why I shouldn't be able to get there with all my healing items. And hopefully it will go a little better for us. It's not going to be an easy fight, though. That enemy is really surprisingly tanky. Like, they are tanky like a boss. Right, this way to the shortcut. And there's a point we want to get off part way up. It's not there. It's there, I think. We saw this ages ago, but it wasn't obvious how to get here. Hey, do you know if I should have... Oh, hello. A Legion plug is needed to craft Legion arms, which can be done at the Venini craft machine. Use Legion calibers to modify Legion arms. Do you know whether I should have... picked up another Trinity key yet? I've only got one. And I believe I got it because someone called a public phone and I answered a riddle. But I've not seen any of the phones ringing, so... I was going for the stagger, but they just managed to stun lock me so that I couldn't hit them with the heavy attack. There we go, that's what we wanted to do. Yes, can I do it, please? There we go. And I got some quartz for my trouble, which I seem to remember is an important upgrade item, but I've forgotten what it gets you. How many Trinity doors have you encountered? 2 now. I encountered 1 Trinity door in the Venini factory. And I did go into that one using my only... there was a... Okay, so I was at the... outside the factory, the phone rang, answered it, answered a riddle, got given a Trinity key. Inside the factory, I found 1 Trinity door. I went in there, but didn't receive any more keys from that. And now I have just found another Trinity door in the church, but I haven't had another call. I had 2 doors, every key should have 2 keys. Yeah, I don't. I only have 1. And I don't know where I missed an opportunity to pick another one up. Interesting. want to explore this place, but I think this is actually probably close to the boss area. Which means there was a bit earlier on I should have gone to. Oh wait, I think there's one door key you find a little later. Okay. Hey Elmag, I hope your day and stream are both excellent today. I'm out right now so I can't stay, but I want to pop in to let you know I'm cheering you on. Thank you, Viking Emma. That's a very, very kind thing for you to have done. I appreciate that. I'm surviving. I've not had the best mental health as per usual, but otherwise I'm well. And I very much appreciate the gesture. Now here's a question. How do I safely get down? I actually now for once want to be at the bottom. Actually, maybe I'm doing this the dumb way. What I probably should have done is just use the Stargazer to teleport back. Oh well, I'm committed now. Yay! I'm gonna have to go past that boulder again, doing it this way. That's gonna be no fun. Hello. You've all respawned. Why are they alive again? I really wasn't expecting to see that enemy from behind. Glad we managed to not get hit by the boulder. Obviously a massive advantage there is that we were running the other way. Am I better off just rolling down to the bottom? Probably. I'll take a bit of damage, but actually I took a lot of damage. Oh well, what's done is done. There we go. May as well search this bit a little, because I don't think I ever actually searched here. I have returned! Welcome back! I hope whatever it was you're up to went well. Frosty Pig's returned. Give her a warm welcome. Arte, a most thoughtful observation. It's indeed a pleasure to see Pikachu return to our convivial company. Welcome back, Pikachu. We trust your brief absence was productive, and we are delighted to have you amongst us once more. Piku, hello. I hope your day is also an excellent one. Ooh. Yeah, man. Oh, and you've got that wonderful emote done. Crafted cryptic vessel. An encrypted storage device in the shape of a metal cylinder. Benini might be able to decode this device if you ask him. The storage device that hides secret using encryption were popular among the Krat upper class. Naturally, the decoding devices targeting the rest of the population were also popular, but most have been destroyed. What does that mean? The decoding device is targeting most of the population. Look at him. I gotta get him up on my channel. I am obsessed. Incidentally, Pikachu, you haven't missed much. I just barely managed to parkour my way through that section that I was stuck on. In the time that you were gone. Right, let's quickly grab my Death Ergo, and then we're going to go back to the hotel, do some leveling, and leveling of equipment as well. Oh, I remember what quartz is used for. Quartz is used for the Porgan upgrade, isn't it? Right, that will be useful then. Anywho, that's the plan. We'll go do a bunch of leveling back at the hotel, and then we'll search the area where the Stargazer is. And then presumably we'll have a boss fairly soon, I hope. Fingers crossed. Alright guys, after split, have an excellent stream. Okie dokie, you have an excellent day. I was doing something, but El Magnifico Games helped with the animation. Well, I helped a little, I didn't do much. Bye, Hiking Gemma. Oh, you're most welcome to him. I do wonder if it'd be better with slightly different timings on that animation. You know, to show more of an acceleration. Right, where are we going? We're going to the hotel, aren't we? I've forgotten where you're up to in Lies of P. Pikachu. Maybe I never knew. How do I upgrade my Porgan? You're still doing the platform, so did you beat his excellency already? Neither. I believe I'm between the two. I've just come back here to do some leveling. But that's what I was saying, Pikachu. In the time you were gone, that was almost exactly the time it took me to do the platforms. Right, is this where I upgrade my Porgan? Yes. Oh, that's why the number of... I forgot about that. That's why the number of pulse cells uses went up. Oh, I have loads of other types. I didn't know that. I clearly don't understand how this works entirely. But that's okay. Oh, one more quartz. Does that mean I'm only allowed one more of anything? Probably. I definitely want that. Enhances weapon attack when durability at maximum. Enhances weapon attack when discharged. One enhance ambush stagger. Perfect guard destruction. Or survival ability item. Enhances the recovery effect of pulse cells. Yes, please. Okay, I'm happy with that for now. Yeah, we'll go with that for now. I can probably do a better job of... Or it probably would be possible to do a better job of the leveling, but for now what we have will do. What level are you? Good question. I am level 47. Why did you upgrade all 4? Because I didn't know there was a defense type that I could use. It just said you're not allowed to mix types. And I was like, oh right, so I'm waiting to get some other type of quartz or something in order to because it did say that you have to get one category leveled up twice. But to be fair, all 4 of those are useful. Which isn't true of some of the other stuff we were just looking at. Leveling up is hard, okay? They didn't do a good job at explaining how it worked. It's 5th ad in last 12 minutes. Really? Something's very wrong. I see ads now too. This process is called synoptic forecasting, where data from various recording stations are gathered and analysed together. We should be on ads once every half an hour for up to a minute and a half. That's what it's supposed to be.
I know my way around a weapon.
Upgrade weapon. Salamander dagger. Yes. Yes. Because I'm assuming the next boss is going to be weak to those.
At the House of Ani.
Do you have anything useful? No. Right, can I have you decrypt that thingamabob?
Isn't this a cryptic vessel? Well, I would expect nothing less from you. What I mean, of course, is that this is a humble invention of mine. A cipher device. Once your information is locked in here, only you can get it out. Of course, once people realize the value of a truly unbreakable way to keep secrets, knockoffs flood the market. The trials and travails of true genius, forever copied, never credited. But I admit, even some of these knockoffs could still hold secrets. You're welcome to take a crack at, well, cracking it. Who knows? It could lead you to something truly valuable. Or at least more practical.
How do I attempt it? Decipher the cryptic device. Hand over the crafted cryptic vessel?
May I be of assistance? I can decipher this in moments, if you'd allow me.
I thought you said it was unbreakable.
I admit I'm a bit rusty, but it's all starting to come back to me. Genius never sleeps and never truly abandons the truly brilliant. What? No, of course I didn't read the contents. Who has time to read anymore? But I could help you read it if you want to.
Orders. Strike the puppet hanging from the Alchemist Bridge on Ellison Boulevard. Appendix. A message to Adelina. Dear Adelina, I've prepared a shelter for you. It's an apartment on Elysium Boulevard. You can stay there until everything settles down. I've arranged for someone to take you there. Once you get to the Alchemist Bridge on Ellison Boulevard, you're safe. The address and the key are hidden in the puppet hung from the Alchemist Bridge. Ask your escort to strike the puppet. The shelter was supposed to be our first home, but I guess next time. To make up for what happened, I'm escorting the Alchemist for a bit. We're going to St. Frangelico Cathedral and all the way to the Grand Exhibition. Maybe the mission to bring the petrification disease cures to the refugees. Or maybe the mission is to bring the petrification disease cures to the refugees. I'll be back as soon as it's done. Interesting. We should probably check that out. There might be something very useful there. What was the process Frosty was talking about? Oh, to get the big weather picture, forecasters combine data from many stations, and that's called synoptic forecasting. Poor billionaire lost $20 from someone making a knockoff of his patented invention. Yes. So we're looking for the puppet, are we? That's hanging. I've forgotten exactly where it is, to be honest with you. But hopefully we'll find it. Wait, hang on. Is it before or after the hotel, now I think about it? Right, let's get to leveling. Well, I got to level technique once. It's where you fought that guy on the bridge. Yeah, I remember the fight on the bridge. I don't remember where the bridge is. I remember I also haven't handed in that Murphy quest. I'm gonna be honest, my mental map of this area is atrocious. I do not remember it very clearly at all. Spaghetti. Oh. I missed a bit. I'm hungry, Tato. What should I eat for breakfast? Spaghetti. That's too much work. Eat 8 boiled eggs. Eight? That's a lot. Have you considered the many virtues of porridge, Pikachu? Am I going the right way? Overnight oatmeal. I don't have any. Aw, sad times. What about roast pudding? I think I'm going backwards. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I am. Although, is this close to where I hand in the Murphy quest? I think it is. Though I'm not 100% sure if I've met Murphy or not. Isn't that with milk? Oh, lactose intolerant. I don't think it has to be, but generally yes. But good point. Very good point. Oatmeal? I think it's better with yogurt. What else? I make bacon fried rice. Oh, I make bacon fried rice. My rice is getting overcooked anyway. Hey. You are lactose intolerant ants. What? kind of think this isn't the right way. Oh well. Oh, what about egg fried rice with bacon? I've never had that, but that does sound delicious. Mildly hard cheese and yogurt is fine. If I drink straight milk or ice cream, I have trouble. Oh, lactose intolerant. Ah, that's what Potato was trying to say. Oh, I'll drink some milk in your honor. How thoughtful of you, Potato. Honor for Mags. Honor for Mags. Ow. Well, that was rude. Ow. Alright, where's that quest?
If only we could play together like we used to. Murphy, I miss you.
Oh, okay. So I guess I haven't encountered Murphy yet. Have to try and find him. Oh, you always put egg in fried rice. I see. In which case, I mean, I'm only aware of it being called egg fried rice. Thoughts on how I hit this thing? Can you just get good? Me? Oh, recently read a news article that suggested lactose intolerance can be reversed. Studies shown introduced increasing milk in small doses daily can help raise tolerance. Theoretically. You can use Falcon Arm. I've been trying and it just doesn't hit it. Or use saw wheel item. Oh, I forgot I have those. Good point. Where would it have gone? Yay. So I wonder how many players found that naturally. Address Ellison Boulevard 221B. Love Adelina. A key is enclosed. I don't know where that is. Does anyone have a rough idea where that is? To save me a lot of running around. That's not the Falcon Arm, that's the Flameberg. Maybe I don't have the Falcon Arm. Maybe I'll add a shot glass of milk to my daily diet. We were just there. Oh, okay. Oh, I got a sawtooth wheel back. Oh, the rush guy ambushes you. Oh, the rush guy ambushes you. So you didn't mean over here. Sitting in a corner. Go backwards from the previous Stargazer. Ah. Alexi, lovely to see you. Hello there, lactose intolerant toddler ants. Lactose. It's lovely to see you, Alexu. How are you? Oh, blimey. So back here. Not this way. Not this way. The ahead. Just outside. I'm good, just watching the stream. Well, I hope you enjoy it at least a little bit. Just out here. Do you mean down the bottom here? Go back. Alright, I'll go back in a second. Walk past it. Ah! Interesting. Ah, must be around here. Because that must be the barrier we saw. Ahaha! Thank you, Tato. No idea what's in here, but we may as well get a loot in. I mean, it'd be rude not to at this point. Just one item, I guess. In a safe. I don't know, stealing from poor refugees. Owl Doctor's hunting apparel. Quartz. Well, the quartz is jolly good. Oops. Rightio. So, first things first, back to the hotel. Because I've got more quartz now, so I can level a bit more. Once we've done that, then we're going to go after the boss. That's the plan. Frosty, can you give us an anagram for pineapple? Apple pin. Oh wait, I've missed an E. Ability type. Lowers the Legion consumption of Legion arms when HP is low. Reduces the stamina consumed to dash. That sounds good. Lowers the weapon durability reduction of dodge attacks and dash attacks. Lowers the stamina consumption of all actions when pulse cells are discharged. Wonderful. Hang on, what does it mean by change shape? Indeed, Alexa, a suitable anagram for pineapple would be a lean pipe. I trust this meets with your approval. You missed a P, it seems. I take it, you're quite right. My apologies. P was indeed overlooked. No saved shape memories on the device. Okay. No idea what that means then. Alright, onwards to the boss, I guess. I'm assuming the area the Stargazer I got up to was just before the boss. I haven't actually confirmed that. But it seemed like it should be. Yeah, Cathedral Library. Here we go. Is this on? It is on. This game's so dark, I'm never sure whether the lamp's even on. It feels like it's not all the time. Okay, that looks like a lift which isn't currently operational. That might make the difference. How does the bot not know how to spell pineapple? Hello there, it's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am.
I'm surprised to see who's, well, alive.
She seems to have a lot of eyeshadow on.
Oh, where are my manners? I'm Cecile, and I serve the Archbishop. I'm the only one left. Everyone's dead. From the petrification disease, or from the monsters. I didn't die. But my heart breaks more each day.
What did she describe herself as? Assistant to the Archbishop? It's just how LLMs work, they can't count.
Can you do me a kindness? Bring me the holy mark from the Archbishop's quarters.
Maybe? I don't know where those are.
The Archbishop was a true saint. He was my savior. If I write his words into my heart, maybe it'll give me the strength to carry on.
What do you mean by that?
I can't die. But perhaps this can help me live again. Please, bring me the holy mark as quickly as you can.
I hope when you say you can't die, you mean that in, you know, a metaphorical sense. Because given the way things have been going so far, I'm not entirely sure that is the case.
I can't die.
Well, I'll do the best I can. Poor woman. She's not had the best of time, I fear. Ow. That was rude. I guess this is a different direction to the boss. Why doesn't the clip thing work correctly anymore? What do you mean? Can you not clip? Oh, I bet this is a bunch of stuff I have to do before I can get to the boss. Oh well. Ow. Did I remember? I forgot to level, didn't I? When I got here. Oh well. We'll deal with that shortly. It's a Twitch problem. Every time I try to clip, I see a blank screen that I can't preview. Oh, well that's really rubbish. Can you write the timestamp, or at least a rough... Yeah, I could look into making clips later, but I would need like the timestamp for when it happened. Oh my goodness, I was trying to heal. I used the wrong item again. Then if I finalize the unseen clip, it crashes my app. That's pretty rubbish. Oh, sorry, did it just say decay is caused by acid? Which way did I go? Through here? Yes. I missed the death in Tully and only got him crying after. Oh, try clipping Mort when he died while on the computer, and it still didn't let me preview it. Well, I guess this is serendipitous. Legion caliber. Right, where's that butterfly? Come on, Butterfree, where are you? There you are. Advance. Crank. Dim ergo fragment. Ow, ow. Yeah, I don't know what can be done about that, Pikachu. This place is cursed. It is the abyss of hell. You cannot leave. The only thing waiting for you is despair. I believe you can go back, Pikachu, and do clips from a VOD. But you shouldn't have to. They call it the Arm of God. You arrogant ones. You have called the wrath of God upon yourselves. Crank scale your weapon into a certain direction. I know because I've used technique cranks already. Where's my death ergo? There it is. This is where the cathedral was built and remembered. Pilgrims worship the merciful angel. Do you think that decay is related to the angel? Do you think perhaps this angel wasn't actually an angel? Or something happened to the angel? No! Dead. Home to Earth's highest point, Mount Everest, the vast Asian mountain system is truly breathtaking. What is its name? Find out in the ad's end in about a minute. I should know that. But I don't think I do. No, I'm not sure. Himalayas. Oh, of course it is. I knew that was a very obvious one, but for some reason my brain wasn't working. Quite so, potato, Himalayas. No! Mount Everest is located in the Himalayas, the highest mountain range on Earth. I don't fancy my chances of not getting decayed here, but we can try. Well, because I'm currently decaying, I don't have any more build-up. I can't acquire any more build-up until it wears off, so... Well, I don't suppose it's relevant anymore, but what I was going to say, if I'm going to go for any more decay, now would be the time. That's interesting. It looked like the weapon repairs faster the higher its repair state is to begin with. Ow. Oh, these enemies. I won, just barely. Excellent. Hopefully we don't have to deal with them again. Can I climb up this? How do I get to the item up there then? There's an item up there and no path to it. I guess through here? Although this looks an awful lot like a lift. Oh, it's taking me up. Taking me up a long way though. Kick it.
Damn it! I can't find the way out. Monsters everywhere. I need to grab my share and leave.
Who said that? Grab your share, eh? Your share of what? Oh, hello there. Alidoro.
Oh, that's odd. I thought I was the only one with a sound mind here. Sure I don't need to introduce myself? Note these golden wings? Yes, you guessed it. You don't know who I am. Preposterous! Everyone in Krat has heard of me. Do you live under a rock? I'm Alidoro the Hound. Treasure hunter extraordinaire. Yes, it's a nickname. I ditched my real name in the past. I'm looking for other survivors of this disaster, but it's been a lonely search, and there's danger around every corner.
Odd point for him to hesitate.
Do you know of a place where I can take refuge? Preferably someplace clean and comfortable, you know. Civilized.
I don't know.
Hotel Craft.
I like him.
Of
No.
course. A haven for all. And it's still safe and sound, you say?
Have I made a mistake, Pikachu?
I have a lot of searching ahead of me, so why don't I lighten my load? Consider this an act of charity. A thank you gift. Take it. Since you're so helpful, I'll give you a peek at my collection. Show me what you're worthy of.
Rare Ergo. Kill strong enemies to gain rare Ergo. Oh, so this is a boss weapon shop. Alidoro is a treasure hunter who collects his rare Ergo. You can exchange it for Alidoro's precious weapons or amulets. Parade leader Ergo. Great sword dagger. Holy sword of the Ark. Huh. Interesting. Honestly, it doesn't matter what you pick here, but the old lady at the hotel did tell you not to tell anyone about the hotel. I thought she said be careful who you tell about the hotel, not don't tell anyone.
As a descendant of aristocrats, the very best families, I have a duty to the common people. I live my life fulfilling that duty.
Were any of those weapons worth grabbing?
Since you're so helpful, I'll... As a descendant, and part of that duty is ensuring these items are returned to their rightful owners. What I'm showing you is just a portion of the collection. If you come to the refuge, we'll be able to continue our confabulation. Until then, remember this hound when golden wings shine.
Oh, I forgot about her. There are some that scale off attack. Yeah, it was the dagger I saw that scales off technique, but honestly it didn't look that amazing. Frosty, please give us 2 synonyms for Ergo. Certainly, Alexei. 2 synonyms for Ergo are therefore and hence. Right, what were you saying about kicking it, Tato? Oh dear. Yep, I don't know what to do now. They're probably just going to die in the decay. Annoyingly. I thought you could kick that, never mind. We do seem to have hit a dead end, which is very strange. Look, there's the thing that if I kicked it over, it would burn all the oil away. But I have no way to get to it. Shouldn't be a dead end. You missed a way. Ah. Excellent. Ah, my weapon needs repairing. It's not repairing. Is that what I need those emergency repair tools for? Wherever they've gone. Still nothing. Oh, that's not good. RP Digger. Decay breaks your weapon, by the way. How do I repair it? Archbishop's diary. Oh, that's fine. I won't be surprised if dying will bring it back. It only repairs at the Stargazer now. Right. Oh well, that's a bit annoying, but... Right, let's try that again, shall we? Appreciate that. Rightio. My goodness. Good. Very good. Right, nearly done it. Well, I'm gonna get decayed no matter what, aren't I? Ow. There we go, and now we should be able to make some more progress. The next step is indeed the church, a place that often signifies a turning point. It's also heartening to see the ask me about my autism prompt. Open communication is always beneficial. Thank you, Frosty. Right, so we've made it back here and we're much better equipped this time. I keep thinking I'm going to fall at that point. Ooh, that's directions worth going in. Archbishop's Holy Mark, that's what we were asked to bring back, so this must be his quarters. I mean, it'd be a shame not to have a look in his safe while we're here. Workshop Union Strengthening Frame. See. Right. There was a diary there, wasn't there? Which I should probably take a look at. How do I... There we go. Cecile is unwell again. Today, Brother Adam found her standing like one of the dead. Wait, standing like one of the dead? Since when did dead stand? At the edge of a cliff and brought her back. If it's mild sleepwalking, it's fine, but I'm worried it's her old blood compulsiveness again. I know about her strong beliefs better than anyone else, so it's really too bad. God will be glad with the atoned. Perhaps I should ask her for atonement for visiting the Isle of Alchemists. I have no idea what that means. I have their relic in my hand, thanks to Cecile. I won't let those, dastardly types ruin Krat anymore. This will purify the city. Maybe it was a mistake to accept those guys from the beginning. The disaster was divine judgment. They should have been turned away all those 30 years ago. But this will be the end. Krat is a city blessed by God, and I, Andreas, will come to its rescue. The journal is badly torn. Why me? Interesting. So Andreas is the Archbishop. We read about Andreas before, but my point is this isn't like a long way back in history. He is the current residing Archbishop. Frosty, what is a fez? A fez is a brimless felt cap, typically red with a tassel, traditionally worn by men in the Middle Eastern and North African countries. Excellent, excellent. Does this go back to where we started? I think it probably does. Looks like it. So that's a useful shortcut to have. Is there any reason to be back here? Yes. For the Fable Catalyst. I still don't understand what Fable Catalysts do. Well, that's progress. And that's going to be the boss arena. Okay. And sing praise for a new saint has arrived. I, Saint Andreas, will consecrate this land. Okay. So, several problems with that. People wouldn't usually... yeah, so people can't be made a saint until after they're dead, and no one worthy of the term saint is going to describe themselves as a saint. Rightio. Let's hand in that quest. It refills the blue bar on the top left, I think. But what does the blue bar do? Isn't that for like my Y ability?
Oh, thank you. Just seeing the Archbishop's holy mark renews my spirit.
Either that or the arm bar on the bottom left.
It's a reminder of the quiet power of faith. I'll remember this forever, Stalker.
Oh, that's not
It's a
necessary.
reminder of the quiet...
Okay. Time to have words with the good parson. We're here! It only took me almost 4 hours, and we're finally ready to have words with the boss. Wish me luck. Move my trash can to a different spot, but I'm probably just not remember that I did that. Frosty, who said I think therefore I am? That was Descartes, wasn't it? By Rene Descartes. I keep wandering around with trash looking for it. Oh, Pikachu. So his vision isn't very good. That's interesting. Cogito ergo sum. Thank you, Tater. The Latin phrasing is most apt. Ah, that was a mask then. Who made that mask? When and for what purpose is not clear. Blimey. They seem upside down. Fallen Archbishop Andreas. This music reminds me so much of Ludwig from Bloodborne. Wow, look at how damaged my weapon is already. Feel that decay. Looks like running behind them is more easier to pull off than trying to dodge behind them, which is what I'm used to doing from Dark Souls. Expecting them to go to phase 2, but I forgot they don't. You have to fully knock out their health bar, don't you? This is one of the few bosses I've seen fought in Lies of P, one of the few ones I can spoil on. Move! Oh my goodness. He's yucky. He looks like a chicken with no head and wings. What is a man but a featherless chicken? Very, very profound, Tato. He's getting cooked, but I doubt he smells like chicken. I forgot. Lies of P nicely puts your death ergo outside the arena. Be right back. Okie dokie, Tato. told you to heal. Why didn't you heal? Pikachu, do you add milk to your boiled potatoes to make mashed potatoes? Oh, more ads. I made mashed potatoes. Oh, have you, has breakfast been acquired yet, Pikachu? I know the guides say stay behind them, but because I looked it up for Pikachu when she was fighting this boss, but they just won't let you behind them, not reliably. Like, I've never known a boss to be this awkward. Stuck at work, what we supposed to do? Can we get a shout out for Beamer, please? Lovely to see you, Beamer. I hope you're well. In the 1961, one man embarked on a historic journey from the very first human to venture into outer space. Who was he? Was that Yuri? Oh, what was his name? Yuri something. Cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin, that was it. How is you, Piku? Is it true that British people say BMW is a specific way, or at least in older generations? I'm not sure what you mean. You're correct, it was a Russian dog. Oh, hang on. What was the dog that was sent? A Russian dog. You're correct, it was a Russian dog. Her name was Laika, a truly brave pioneer. I don't think she had much choice in the matter, so I feel like calling her brave is a little inappropriate. Leica the GOAT. Concur. TV Beamer. Leica's character remains an inspiration. Meh. Sorry you're stuck at work. I'm done in a couple of hours, so we're almost there. Did Beamer get a shout out? Hold on, I can do it. There we go. Oh, Beamer did get a shout out, never mind. Sorry. What up, gang? Choo choo, thank you for the shout out. Well, I'm thinking of Beamer as a way of saying BMW. Are you enjoying Lies of P? I'm excited to get to this one. Are you going to play Lies of P as well? Oh, I didn't mean to do that, never mind. I mean, it'll probably only help, but it wasn't intended. Unless going through that boss door just got rid of the buff. Ow. How am I liking Lies of P? It's been a bit of a mixed bag so far. Last stream was wonderful, this stream's not been going so well in terms of the game. Yes. Stage 2. Oh wait, I think I've heard of that actually. BMAP Twitch? Top Gear? Some also go in my chat. Call me Beamer too. Probably from Top Gear. Oh wait, a Beamer? Yeah, I forgot about that. Welcome back, Tato Tato. Look, he's gonna beat him. Not this time. I remember my old HS friend, I'm not sure what an HS friend is, was always excited when his mum let him drive the Beamer. Oh, high school? Or is it Beamer? I believe in him. I don't believe in me. I've not got this. And I'm down. Not with that attitude. Do you believe in him like you believe in me? Sorry, I never believed in you. I still don't. Tato, what a horrible thing to say. El Magnifico, legend has it that if you tell lies, you grow stronger. interesting. Not sure that's something I can get behind, but still. Yet you still hang out. Hate watch, day one hate it. I'll take it. It's a love-hate relationship. Oh, you love me. Oh, can I not skip this? Am I really not allowed to skip? Oh, I can. I was gonna say. There we go. So that's boss number 6. Fallen Archbishop Andreas. Exactly. Oh, magnificent. I'm thinking Pinocchio's nose as he tells lies. Pichu, tomorrow's Night Rain stream is going to be so amazing. You're really going to love it, Taylor. Are you sure I won't pluck my hair out? Oh, thank you, Ruben. Wait, what's going on? This seems important.
And now, the stage is set.
I'm not sure this is entirely a good thing. Is that the puppet master by any chance? I was lurking for a bit. Fun fact, Mags. The Spectre you summon always uses the weapon you get off Zergo. Oh, that is interesting.
I want to go back to the old Krat. The old me. Before the greed overthrew me.
Poor Archbishop. You'll be bald for sure. I don't know yet. Oh, hi, Ruben. I don't want to be bald. Look how easy it was for a Magnifico to beat this guy. I wouldn't say it was easy. That was a tough boss fight. And I ended up using the summon to make it happen. Second phase, second try indeed. The Trojan is a good one, by the way. Oh, is that the weapon I would get for this boss? Alright, let's teleport back to Hotel Krat then. I mean, we should be going back to Hotel Krat anyway to speak to everyone and get some idea about what we're doing next. Oh yeah, it took me, let's see, a couple of months? Yeah, it was the same weapon Spectre was using. Where is the treasure hunter? Perhaps the lady of the house could tell me. Lady of the hotel.
The cathedral.
Yeah, not the... Yeah, Sophia.
Seems nowhere is safe now. Maybe those who went there seeking refuge became monsters somehow. But the petrification disease turns you to stone, not into a monster. I'm worried about the Malam district, just below the cathedral.
Okay.
I wonder whether there are monsters there, too. I am able to wield Ergo. They call me
It's
a
taken
listener
me a year to get through this next
because
boss.
I
That's
can
an
hear
exaggeration.
Ergo. I inherited the power from my mother, who hated it, called it the devil's power. So I kept it a secret that I could talk to puppets. Now you are the only one my voice reaches. So I beg you, please, save Krat.
What do you mean you can talk to puppets? Are you telling me that all the other puppets can't be spoken to? So many people have had conversations with us. The most agreeable outcome of Magnifica games. Your progress towards the next boss is most encouraging. The journey ahead appears quite grand. Frosty, please complete the writing on a mug. Different day, same old. Alexa, a mug with different days, same old pleasant company would indeed be a fine addition to any collection. It speaks to the enduring nature of good fellowship. I never claimed I was any good at the game I play. I'm just always pleasantly surprised when I don't die.
People have no idea so many secrets are buried in Krat. Thanks for keeping me company. What are you curious about? I'm an old friend of Geppetto's. Make yourself at home if you have any questions. I see you're here. That means you can lie. Your lies are a rare ability. You're able to choose your own path, unbound by anything.
My stove needs to get good. What happened? Oh, I think my stove is broken. It's taking longer for my bacon to cook than it took for you to beat this boss.
People on the outside are still afraid of puppets. Lie to protect yourself and find your path.
Also, Mags, I'd recommend not summoning for Millennia of this game. That fight is worth winning alone. I don't know that's true. I'm not sure. The problem is, I'll get stuck on a boss. My innate nature is to obstinately keep doing it until I beat it. But then my viewership just drops away because people don't want to stick around to watch me die to the same boss over and over and over and over again. You lie. I've tried not to lie in this game so far. I think there was one point we were forced to lie, literally forced. The game gave you no choice. It was only the illusion of choice, but if you didn't lie, then you couldn't progress. But other than that, I don't think we've lied. Where is this treasure hunter? Well, it's just two bosses. Millennia, I forgot her name, and last boss for whom the summon is unavailable anyway. Do you consider a future challenge for Elden Ring? I mean, if people want to see me do a challenge run, I could. There's always the suggest command. Really? Chat told me to always lie. Interesting. Hotel Krat is one of the cities scariest and most mysterious buildings. According to lore, Hotel Krat is an isolated castle built by an aristocrat devoted to a form of occultism after receiving a revelation from a radiant tree. At one point, it was used as a mental institution, and some patients said they saw hallucinations. However, no records remain as they were all destroyed in a large fire. Above all, being so far underground just compounds the rumours. Some even said that it is connected to an unknown hell. But now the rumours have served to embellish the charm of Hotel Krat, which has been renovated in the latest style. As the recent rumours of Grand Exhibition Ghost Hotel spread, more customers are actually looking to stay at the hotel. Next is a comment from the hotel owner, Miss Antonia. A ghost hotel? I've heard that more times than I can remember, but fortunately our hotel guests are brave like lions. It's not a problem at all. Rating, 4 out of 5. Scary and mystical. Best resort in Krat. Reporter Medoro. This guide was made with a sort of Vinigi Company, a friend of the city. In all seriousness, does anyone know... Oh, there you are.
Oh, it's you.
It's me.
This hotel is indeed a refuge from the dangers of the outside world. I am the Hound, a descendant of the city's most aristocratic families. Repaying debts
all of
is
them.
what we
Blimey.
nobles do. Anyone with a worthy spirit is especially welcome. Accordingly, I shall give you the honor of laying eyes upon my treasure. However, you must prove your worthiness. For this legendary treasure, the ergo of a powerful enemy shall suffice. It's up to you if you want to make the exchange. Take your time to admire it. I've certainly done likewise.
What was I thinking? I like the fact that he understands that as someone in a position of power, he has a certain responsibility. That's very refreshing to see. I notice the game isn't giving me any hints about what damage type I need for the next area yet. Which is odd, because normally it will. Alright, let's swap out to the Trident. Can I buy another skill wheel thing? Technique crank, that's the one. And the answer is no, I can't.
I've been investigating the puppet frenzy and it looks like I need your help. First, let me show you a little something I've been working on. I call it the Ergo Wavelength Decoder. The name lacks a certain flair, but I assure you it works. If my suspicions are correct, something in the puppet's very ergo is causing their aggression. My decoder can find malicious signals within the waves, but I cannot possibly get close enough to gather the ergo wave records myself. You, on the other hand, would you? Could you? I refuse to believe the King of Puppets is truly behind this puppet rampage. It's too simple, but also a bit too much even for him. No. I suspect the ergo itself is corrupted, or at least compromised.
A bow challenge run for Elden Ring, goodness.
I do so desperately want to find the cause, as I'm sure you do too, my friend. It breaks my heart to see puppets turned into murderous tools of bloodshed.
Thank you. An Ergo Wavelength Decoder left by Vanini. This device finds errors in the Grand Covenant imprinted on the puppets. Vanini decided to analyse the puppet's ergo wavelengths to determine the cause of the puppet frenzy. Should be able to collect quite a number of records while getting rid of the puppets all over Krat.
I always welcome friends. May I be of service?
Can I make any other Legion arms? Oh, decay. I could go with decay damage. Alright, let's try level my new trident.
You know that stalker? The Hound? Is it true you brought him here? Wow. I didn't know he was still alive. Thank
I think
heavens.
his hat is better. Whose hat is
I
better
haven't
than
seen
whose?
him in person,
Than who?
and I don't know how I'd react. How do you
Whose
thank
hat
the
is
man
better
who
than
saved
whom's?
your life? I'm so glad that someone so kind has reached safety. And speaking of safety, please take care of yourself out there. You're not the only one who's curious. Most people get around to asking where I'm from. My looks give it away, don't they? Suffice it to say, I'm from the country of the morning, beyond the ocean.
The country of the morning. Is that close to the country of the rising sun by any chance?
But I wouldn't be much of a tour guide. All I know about it is their weapons. My family was a house of weapons specialists. It's quite a reputation to live up to. But that's their reputation, not mine. And they deserted me when I was little.
Venigni is better than your character,
I don't
charming.
even know who they are. I suppose my only connection to them would be weapons. So I'm an orphan, and that hardly makes me exotic in Krat. Can I help you with anything else?
Upgrade weapon. Not enough material, that's annoying. Oh well, I did what I could. Dark Moon Moonstone of the Covenant. Oh, this level's using something else. Oh, do I have a technique crank? Yes. Handle Trident of the Covenant. Yes, use the technique crank on that, please. Wonderful. Venigni's a billionaire. Puppet Belly has lunch money. Do we have any other... Do we have better costumes at this point? Not really. No, I think we're wearing about the best threads we currently have access to.
You're full of surprises. A puppet that keeps changing, keeps growing. I can feel a change in your ergo. Change is never easy. Look at me. A human trapped in the shackles of the past.
I want to be a billionaire. What would you do with all that, all those resources, Pikachu?
I wish I was back in Krat before the petrification disease. Before the disaster.
Does a puppet need lunch money?
Krat was a city of light. A city of joy. I wish I could go back. Even just for one day.
Level up. Right. Yeah, more health, I think. Do I really not have any hard ergo items? Apparently not. Oh well. He wants to feel normal at school, Pikachu. It's not always about food. Where are we going? Hang on, where did she ask us to check out?
I'll use my power.
I don't know.
In the folklore of Krat, a cricket often acts as a guide. That is why these automated models became popular.
I'm not sure who's shady.
But Gemini is unique. He's more than just a guide. As you get more familiar with Gemini, you'll see what I mean.
Who should I be speaking to?
That book reminds me. Have you ever heard the fairy tale about a mischievous wooden puppet? All of Krat knows the story, all because of someone who loved that story more than anyone else. But this is strange. I do not recall. Who exactly was that someone?
I never had lunch money. I normally mooched off my friends. Wait, so you weren't provided with any means to eat when you were at school? That's terrible. When I was at school, we had 3 options. We could have lunch money and buy the school food, we could have a packed lunch, or we could go home to eat. You know, if we lived... For the students that lived close to the school, they were allowed to go home for their lunch. It's starting soon. A woman was pushing her car. When she stopped at a hotel, she suddenly realized she was bankrupt. How could this be? We've got a riddle this time.
A great weapon calls for a great warrior. Show me.
I'm not sure who you're referring to. We had no money.
Welcome to Hotel Krat. How may I be of service?
Fast travel. An astute observation took, she realised she was bankrupt was playing a game of Monopoly. Rather vexing, to be sure. Oh, I see. Yes. Very clever, Frosty. In all seriousness, where am I going? I was told about some village, but I've forgotten the name of it. Was it Malum?
A victim of the petrification disease turned into a monster. That's just tragic. Could the disease lead to puppet frenzy? No, that doesn't make sense. Remember, puppets cannot get the disease. But puppets shouldn't frenzy either. I made them to obey and protect humans, not go berserk and harm them. But the stalkers blame me. They think I worked with the alchemists to spread the disease to puppets. How sad. All this resentment, with a lie at the root of it. That's why my only wish is that you stay a good boy. No resentment. No lies.
The financial catastrophe occurred because she was playing the board game Monopoly and her game piece landed on a hotel. What about the car she was pushing? I tell you, you possess a keen eye for detail. The car the woman was pushing was indeed her game piece in Monopoly. It was a play on words intended to add a layer of misdirection to the riddle. I trust this clarifies the matter. I think I know who you're talking about, Tato. The person that's here. No. Who should I be going to see then?
For your information, I didn't steal this.
Which indicates you can see his symbol next to the fast travel, which indicates you have not spoken to him. Interesting. Here? Path of Misery? If It's nice that the game tells us what to do. First NPC quest signs. Yeah, I like FromSoft. Oh, unlike FromSoft. I'm not sure I encountered this individual. Whoa, I did not mean to do that. That was a surprise. Okay, that was on. Also, a box on hotel which you did not give to Butler. You go ahead. I don't understand, Teo. What am I missing? Why autocorrect? Care to share any opinions about AI generated content, video, music and others? Are you asking me? Carcasses are weak to fire. That means their bodily fluid is also interesting. There's a road near the entrance to the church. I'm really asking everyone. Well, you'll find some people have some very, very strong opinions on the subject. A lot of people seem to really, really hate AI generated content. I've heard a few arguments. None of them I found all that convincing, at least not without further evidence. Some people seem to object to it on the grounds that it was trained on data without the permission of the owners of the data, you know, like artists' works. Well, that may or may not be true. It would depend upon the model, but even if it was, I would point out that that is exactly what the human brain does anyway. That's how people learn art. And I think that is a good analogue for what the AI is doing. Because it's not copying a work in the copyright sense. It's an incredibly transformative process. It is, which is important. Transformation is important in copyright law. It is very much learning how to draw art as opposed to just duplicating what it's already seen in a simple way. Another argument I've heard is that it's very bad for the environment. Again, well, that depends. Certainly not. It's certainly no worse for the environment if you're running it on your computer. And even if you're not, one has to say, well, what about all the other computers in the world? I've yet to see convincing evidence. I mean, it may be the case, and if I saw sufficient evidence, I would take it seriously. But I've not seen evidence up to this point that convinces me that the AI industry is doing a great deal more environmental damage than all other computers combined. Like, it is just a computational process. We've had huge server farms for a very, very long time. You know, more than a decade now. Probably more than 2 decades at this point. What else do people have to say about it? I think a lot of people object to it just because they think it's soulless and sloppy. And I mean, you know, it can be, but it doesn't have to be. It's directed by a human being. Ultimately, I feel like the ultimately, I feel like the bottom line is AI's already won, and I think a lot of people haven't realised that yet. They think, I get the impression people think they're making a stand against something so it doesn't take off, but the problem is, long before like ChatGPT became well known and popular, big studios were using AI technology to in films. You know, businesses were using it for all sorts of purposes. Yes, there's been a few breakthroughs in the last few years, but the point is, if large companies like Disney really get behind it and want it, guess what? We're gonna have it. Like, it would take a huge consensus and combined action by private citizens to counter what large companies want, you know, with their sort of resources to influence the law. Large companies want it, so it's going to be here, is the way I see it. I feel like if there were really strong moral grounds on which to object to it, and you know, I'm still open to the possibility. I will listen to arguments that are put forward, but if there is, I think the genie's already out of the bottle. I think it's happened. A good example of AI being used, I should clarify this point actually. I haven't independently verified this was AI, but I would be astonished if it wasn't. Is in one of the recent Star Wars films, they had Princess Leia as a young lady. This was after, oh, what was her name? I should really remember her name. The actress that played Princess Leia, it was someone Fisher, I think. I really should remember. But yeah, they just after she was dead, they managed to introduce her character into the film, and there was another famous Star Wars actor they did the same thing with in the same film. Again, I have a terrible memory for names and other things, so unfortunately, I can't get the detail. I can't nail down the details, but that's essentially the situation. And that was before ChatGPT became famous. Like, you know, these companies have clearly invested heavily into the technology. Assuming I'm right that that was AI, I strongly suspect it is. I love watching AI get better and better at an alarming rate. I think it's better to warp to next Stargate and walk backwards. I just watched the new Mission Impossible that featured an evil AI. Not gonna lie, the MI was trash. The last MI was trash. Mission Impossible 42532 Part 2. The amount of clean water consumed by AI is pretty alarming. Oh, can you clarify? That's interesting. Why? I mean, because again, these are just algorithms that run on a computer. So it's not like machines that are running AI work fundamentally differently to other machines. They don't. So I'm curious what you mean by that. Like, why is AI contributing to dirty water? It was such a long movie. It took me a week to watch it. It comes around. Part 1 was good, but Part 2 was so trash. Andrew knew it from the library. I think the use of AI allows us to understand and appreciate how important art really is for humanity. To really appreciate something that's created by humans. Well, I really do see AI as a tool that can benefit humans. Like, seriously, that is what I think of it as. And, you know, for example, I use a website called Goblin Tools a lot, which is specifically AI tools built towards helping neurodivergent people. They have a bunch of tools on the website that you can use. The one I most commonly use is do they call it the Formatter? If they do, that's not a brilliant name. I've literally got it up here on my other computer. Yeah, they've got the Formalizer, that's what it's called. But it doesn't just formalize. You give it text and then you tell it. You give it an idea how you want it to adjust the text, and it will do it for you. So, for example, the more accessible option I use a lot, because I will just like write a brain dump of what I want to say, and it will then help me form it into something coherent. And I don't even... And I know that a lot of other neurodivergent people get it a lot worse than I do. A lot of neurodivergent people really do struggle to communicate clearly. You know, just because of the way their brain is wired. And you know, that is a huge tool. That is literally bridging bridging gaps between people. That is incredibly useful. I also happen to know someone whose first language isn't English, and they use Goblin Tools for the exact same reason, because their English is pretty good, but when they need their English to be absolutely immaculate, then they will use Goblin Tools to help them out. You know, when communicating with official bodies, that sort of thing. We found it. Goblin Tools has other things. It has the magic to-do list where you where it will help break down tasks for you, so that you tell it what you want to do, and then it will then make a to-do list for you that you can edit. The Judge, that's a useful one, because you can give it text and then you can ask it to tell you what it thinks the emotional implications of the text is, because that's something that I can struggle with a lot. With my autism, I have trouble understanding implications and the intended emotions of other people. So it can be very useful to just give it a block of text and just say, okay, you know, what is the what's the vibe? Anyway, you get, that's the point I'm making. That is incredibly useful stuff. And then you have like the AI tools that are built into Photoshop, where it will use AI to like generate, to like take part of an image and then like generate a bit that's been that's not there. Like if you've tried to remove someone from a picture or something like that, you know, I think the technology is incredibly useful. And corporations and companies replacing artists and actors with AI means actual creative people are losing jobs, and I think that is a huge loss. I feel like there's some truth to that, but I also feel like what we are seeing today is literally a repeat of the Luddites. So some of you may have heard the term, well, some of you may know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, thank goodness you can't hit NPCs. Some of you may already know exactly what I'm talking about. For those that don't, you may have heard the term Luddite used as like a an insult. You know, referring to someone that is opposed to progress or technology, etc. What it comes down to, what goes back to, sorry, is that in Britain, when they started bringing in these machines for weaving that could, you know, weave garments, a lot of weavers were going out of work because the machines could, you know, do the weaving much faster than they could. And General Ludd, who I don't think was an actual general, I think that's just what he called himself, went around with a bunch of other disgruntled, unemployed weavers, and they would break into factories and literally smash up the machinery because, you know, they saw their livelihood on the line. And yeah, like, their livelihood was on the line because they could have less skilled people be far more productive than they were. But at the same time, are we to believe that that technology hasn't benefited humanity? Of course it has. There will always be a call for actor and artists that can actually do the work. That's not going to disappear. But what we may see is the market shrinking a bit. As jobs where you don't need excellence and a human touch go to machines. And the problem is, again, like the Luddites, I just feel like that's going to happen no matter what, not unless there is a huge sudden backlash against it, which hasn't happened. And generations in the future may well look back on us and say, you know, oh, how, you know, not quite barbaric, that's different, but, you know, how backwards we were, how primitive. You know, we actually questioned whether AI was a good idea, because it will probably just become so ingrained in their culture that, you know, just like how if we met someone today who was genuinely strongly opposed to, like, weaving machines, we would think, well, that's a bit weird. Could be wrong. You overestimate what public can actually do about anything. I think you underestimate it, but it takes a lot of coordination. It's not just going to happen because there's a lot of people that are angry. Like, it really takes a public to stand up and say no, which very rarely happens. Also, go back. For small creators, it's a helpful tool when you can't have every skill set to produce content. Exactly. It lowers barriers. It means people can do things that they couldn't do before. Whether that's communicate with other human beings or produce artistic works, as you say. I've mentioned it to others, but I find it ironic that an author friend of mine ran his competition for an AI filter, and it flagged it and told him that he didn't write it and gave tips how he should sound more human. His composition. Yeah. I'm not that surprised. That those are, I know that AI gets put to those sort of tasks, but doesn't necessarily mean it does a good job currently. They use billions of litres of fresh water a year to cool the data centres, the massive AI companies anyway. But that water's not getting dirted if it's being used for cooling. Like, it is literally just being used as a conductor. It's not like it's going to be contaminated with anything. They don't cycle it? Got the numbers and sources? You're right. We are past the point of no return, and it could be insanely beneficial to humanity, but humanity is selfish and sucks, and it's going to be beneficial to the already rich people. Oh yeah, I fully believe that. I fully believe that people will exploit it for their own gain. Yes, but there's still plenty of places without clean drinking water, so the thought of it calling big machines that mostly generate silly memes can be a rough thought. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that if they weren't doing that, then suddenly all these people that need fresh water would have it. This is a common misconception. It's kind of like when you, I don't know, you don't finish your dinner and your parents say, oh, there are starving children in Africa that would love that meal. And it's like, well, you're not wrong, but at the same time, if I don't eat this, it's not going to a child in Africa. Like, if there are parts of the world where there is massive starvation, and we as humanity do need to deal with it, I wholeheartedly get behind that. But it's very misleading to try and imply that, oh, it's, you know, that just because they have a lot of X over here, that people that need X elsewhere would therefore get it otherwise, because that usually isn't the case. Want me to actually send articles? Yes. Yes, please. I'm really thinking of something made from scratch like the old days. Imagine 100 years from today we're surrounded with AI art and people learn to appreciate and create something authentic that will show powerful emotions and ideas. Oh, I agree, and I hope that comes to pass. We can dump them in mine. Here is one. I can't read it right now, but if you post it in the Discord, I'll certainly have a look when I can. I am super on the fence. I see so much potential for AI to be amazing, but I don't trust these companies to prioritize anything other than profit. I think you're right on both counts, Beamer. Honestly. AI is just a technology. In my view, it is neutral on its own. It all comes down to how it gets used. You know, like how steam power is just a technology. A bit obsolete now in most cases. But, well, I don't know, because steam power is still, like, fundamental to how we get power plants to work. But anyway, you get the point. Like, it can be used for great good, it can be used for great evil. That's how it works. Just numbers to sway the public. Here's a number for you. Globally, nuclear power plants use billions of gallons of water annually. Did that ever pose a threat?
Ah, Mercy, I beg you, don't kill me. I thought you were from the organization. Never mind. My name is Janjo. I'm an a pharmacist. Yes, pharmacist. I'm looking for the legendary gold coin fruit.
Okay, there's a lot of interesting information there. So you're an alchemist. There's some organization that's looking for you. And you're looking for the legendary gold coin fruit.
I was able to use medicine to slow the infection spread. I have the petrification disease, and I need a cure.
And you think this gold coin fruit's gonna help you?
Sorry, I ramble when I'm nervous. Read this. It'll explain things faster than I can.
Guillaume's Ballad. Guillaume, I believe that's the French form for the word William, believe it or not. I believe William the Conqueror, I think that's how he spelt his name. Is probably, and I'm sure I'm mispronouncing it, I don't know the proper French pronunciation. Guillaume, the King's Knight, found the shining tree on the rocky mountain. The tree's fruit resembled gold coins, and this fruit is a miraculous blessing. For many who have recovered from different diseases and who have been able to escape the plague, the elated knight built a castle and called himself the Holy Knight. But remember, sojourners, miracles always have a price, no matter how captivating they may be. Oh, how profound. Incidentally, you were saying about how companies are being incredibly selfish. There is an argument that, you know, artists that oppose it are also being selfish. Because they're thinking about the fact that they're going to be out of work, potentially, and not the good it could do for humanity. You know, that you could turn that around like with the Luddites and say, well, look how selfish they were. Because, you know, they were just going out of work and so they started smashing up machines. But you could equally, not that I'm suggesting many artists are responsible for criminal damage. That wasn't the implication I was going for there. But, you know, you can... I have a tremendous amount of sympathy with people who will be losing work due to AI, but you know, that I suppose what I'm getting at is just the point I made previously. I feel like it's going to happen no matter what. And yeah, it's sad that some people will be hurt along the way, but it certainly has the potential to do far more good than harm. Oh blimey, we've got a lot more in chat all of a sudden. I know, and it sucks. Like, plenty of game companies are replacing voice actors with AI, like The Finals. Even loved animes like Banana Fish finally get a dub from a multi-million-dollar company like Amazon. It was entirely AI generated, just greed and no compassion, and no passion. That is sad. Economically, it's a bubble. I heard that had a lot of backlash. That is producing energy which everyone uses. Most uses of AI are not that important. True. That is fair. But what are the rules we should apply to decide what is important? And who gets to make that judgment? It'll happen for a little more than these companies will fall. They are, though. Not yet, maybe. Miss Beam was going to watch, but said nope. Not to sound rude, but artists who cannot understand how something works just hate on it. I haven't seen it myself, but I heard it was hot garbage. I thought they removed it. AI is a significant advancement for an engineer. Oh! Uh-oh. Hang on. I'm running very low on disk space. I need to deal with that now. Hopefully I haven't left it too long. doing it. I think it is doing the copy. Yes, we're good. I managed to... Whew, that was close. I noticed my disk space was nearly gone, and I managed to pull back at the last moment
Many
by copying some
substances
files
can be
around.
poisonous. The precise dose is what separates medicine from poison.
I mean, in some cases, not in all.
The gold coin fruit might just be a myth. But in the midst of an epidemic, it might be our salvation.
But do you have any evidence that connects this gold coin fruit specifically to the petrification disease? Or are you just thinking, oh, it's supposed to be poisonous, maybe it'll cure it?
Can you let me know if you find it? I'll give you this by way of payment.
Cube, recovery wish stone. Wish stone. There are various kinds of wish stones which can be equipped to cubes. Using cubes consumes wish stones. You equip a wish stone to a cube or replenish it from Giangio or a stargazer. But what does a cube do? Okay.
The people of ancient Krat knew how to bottle a wish upon a star. They claimed special powers. After distilling the wish into a cube made from a meteorite. I don't know how it works. But it's said to react to someone who has ergo and grant them power. If you can help me with the gold coin tree, I'll give you more of this.
You can equip a wish stone to a cube through Giangio or a stargazer. There are different types of wish stones that have different effects. Using a cube used up a wish stone. Yeah, we've read that.
Seems there's a new threat every day, friend. And no safe place in the world. No place to just take a breath.
Well, without the power, you could not even use the AI, so therefore the energy would be more important. Unless it is a self-powered solar AI or something. Run an ad! Why'd you say that, Pikachu? Solar power is worth. Oh, for sure. I was just saying on the importance of power versus an AI. You sound more like someone would have said during... sorry. You sound like what someone would have said during .com.
I'm headed to the St. Frangelico Cathedral. Perhaps find some peace there. If you find the gold coin tree, please find me there.
His name is now a common unit for measuring temperature, especially outside the US. Which Swedish scientist was he? Find out in the ads end in about a minute. Kelvin. Kelvin, Celsius, and Fahrenheit were all named after people, weren't they? If Kelvin was Swedish, then I imagine you're right. A nobler temptator. The scientist I had in mind was Anders Celsius. His name is indeed a common unit for measuring temperature. Oh, that was not common. What's Celsius? Celsius is the main unit of temperature we use in the UK. I constantly have, now that I have all these American friends, I constantly having them tell me the temperature in Fahrenheit, and I've never learnt the conversion.
The people of ancient Krat knew how to bottle a wish upon a star. They claimed special powers after distilling the wish into a cube made from a meteorite. I don't know how it works, but it's said to react to someone who has ergo and grant them power. You ever wish upon a star, Stalker? I hope this wish stone helps you with that.
Yes, Celsius is common, Kelvin is scientific. Swedish astronomer Anders Celsius is credited with the temperature scale that bears his name. Empty slot. Recovery wish stone, a mystical crystal that can be equipped to a cube. It imbues the cube with a special effect. A mystical crystal embedded with the wish of a star. Okay. Temporarily restores HP. What do you mean temporarily restores HP? What does that mean? It gives it back, then takes it away? That seems concerning. And when does it restore it? You'll rise up and look after the land of God. When the angel spreads its wings and embraces the saint, and the cold is forgotten. That reminds me, does anyone know the name of the village we're going to next? Because I should really update the stream info. Goal, beat the next boss, that's fair enough. Clues, people keep giving me fire items, that's not helpful. Hypothesis, I have none. Next step, go to, what's it called? Was it Malum Village? Is that the place? I can probably look up the name. Malum District. That's the one. And now, if I've understood correctly, that should update itself. There we go. I should clarify. Specialized AI to help with complex and critical work is fantastic. I mostly put down the AI generated aspect of it all. Companies being lazy instead of hiring artists. It's complicated though, because what if the company can't afford artists? I know what you mean, because a lot of companies that could afford artists won't, just to save money. But, you know, if it's the difference between a work being produced and a work not being produced, it's not so obvious that it's a bad thing. And then you've got to think, well then why should the companies that do have more money have to hire artists just because they have more money? You know, essentially doing the artists a favour just because they have the money. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily be so against that idea. You know, if they can benefit society, they should. They certainly have the resources to do so, large companies. But at the same time, you know, is that the best way that they can benefit society? By putting more artists into work? You know, you could argue why not make more profit and then give it to charity, for example. I think there is a basic assumption there that artists are entitled to be employed by companies, and therefore when the companies don't employ them but use AI instead, that the companies are somehow behaving badly. Oh, that's the way we came. I'm sorry, but you cannot nitpick AI training. Malum District, that's the one. Why not? I can't think certain AI companies are better than others. What about the actress? Tilly, whatever they named her. AI needs a lot of data to be trained, like almost everything. Is that data being stolen without their permission? Of creator? Yes, definitely. Yeah, but then you always end up with the, then you end up getting into arguments about whether it's being stolen, because people even will choose the words they use to describe acts to try to get people to come to a certain conclusion, because like you call it stealing and no one's going to want to advocate for stealing, but is it stealing? Because as I said before, the human brain trains on data. Artists themselves can only draw art because they have studied a lot of art. Did they pay royalties to the painters and the cartoonists, etc., whose work they looked at when they were learning art? I mean, they can. I mean, any decent artist is going to be learning throughout all their life, aren't they, or all their career at least? No, they didn't. Like, you don't have to pay royalties just because you looked at something. And if the AI has been trained on public domain, well, not public domain, information available to the public, I mean to say, you know, that has been made freely available to look at on the web, for example, well, how's that any different to a human doing it? Why should they have to pay the creator to do what a human being could do for free? Where does that entitlement come from? legally and morally. Because this definitely is not what people envisioned when they...
Once, Krat was just a small town on the coast of little importance. Before Elysian Boulevard was built, this place literally was all there was of Krat. But when some in the city prospered, they left the old town behind. Through isolation and neglect, Krat's first incarnation became nothing but dangerous alleys and desperate slums. On the bright side, I guess, the whole city of Krat's pretty much like that now. The old town caught up with the new. It's true what they say. A receding tide sinks all boats.
What was I thinking? Yeah, because when they... copyright was introduced in the 1700s, if I recall correctly, early 1700s. Maybe very, very, very end of the 1600s. It was around then that copyright was conceived. And originally, it was to do with book publishers. Basically, they had a problem. Well, I said they had a problem. They argued that there was a problem that a publisher would pay an author for a book, and then they would bring out a beautiful, leather-bound copy of the book, and then other publishers would say, "Hey, that's a really nice book. I'm going to make a copy of the book using the cheapest paper I can find, just bound together with string." And then they would sell that for a much lower price, and then people would then buy the cheap copy, and the argument went that the publisher that had originally bought the text from the author was losing out massively. That there was all this profit they weren't receiving, and therefore the implication being that they've been wronged in some way. Well, so they then argued that they needed to invent this new idea of copyright, because there was no copyright in most of human history. Like, everything before about 1700, it depends exactly where you are in the world, but around then, everything before that, all the art, all the literature, none of it had copyright, because copyright didn't exist. And we got on just fine. And the companies that were arguing for copyright even had the gall to argue that they were making these arguments on behalf of the authors. It's the authors that are really losing out. Those poor authors that can barely make ends meet. It's like, no, no, it's not. You are the ones that, in theory, might be losing. That's assuming that every time when a cheap copy of a book was sold, that that was actually a lost sale, which is not necessarily the case. But anyway, long story short, Parliament ended up going along with that argument, and so copyright was created, and then suddenly you couldn't just copy books as you saw fit. You had to have permission of the copyright holder. As far as I'm aware, authors didn't become any more wealthy as a result of this. But the publishing houses certainly did. Well, did they? The publishing houses certainly got what they wanted. The question is, but it also meant that then there weren't cheap copies around for poorer people to buy, because back then books cost a lot of money. And the existence of copyright would have helped publishing houses in terms of legal negotiations, because you couldn't then just go to a different publishing house when you wanted to publish the second edition of your book if you'd already signed away the rights to the book for the first edition. In that way, the publishing houses definitely benefited. As a society, I'm not sure we benefited, in the sense that suddenly, if you could tell a better version of a story, you couldn't then publish it. You know, in terms of the creative arts, not having copyright is probably the best thing. In terms of creating the best works, because people then can draw upon other works without having to worry about being sued, and they can create new and interesting variations of stories in the case of books, or, you know, or music, etc., etc. Anyway, the point is, when copyright was first introduced, they were thinking entirely in terms of people wholesale copying entire books. But then the concept of copyright has been extended since then to cover all sorts of other types of work. Wanted, Black Rabbit Brotherhood. Interesting. I didn't mean to fall down here. But copyright infringement is not stealing, although people use that word. The other one they like to use a lot is piracy. Piracy is when you use violence at sea to take possession of valuables that you don't own. Copyright infringement is not piracy, but it still gets called that. Anyway, the point I've taken a very meandering route to get to is that I'm not... People refer to people's work being stolen when AI is trained on it, but it certainly isn't permanently depriving them of the benefit of the artwork, which would be the traditional definition of stealing. And it's not clear that it's copyright infringement, frankly, because a transformative process doesn't constitute copying. You know, if I'd have to look up the exact definitions in law, but essentially, if you create a new work that is sufficiently transformative, then that is not copyright infringement. And I think it's clear that the way that the neural nets of the large language models would store the information contained in a piece of artwork is not just a wholesale copying in the traditional sense. It's not just reproducing what is the input data in a exact fashion at all. It's much more of a transformative process. So what I'm getting at is, legally and morally, it is not clear that these artists have any claim, and yet people talk as if it's obvious that they do, and that the companies are trying things on. I mean, if we as a society want to say we don't want that, we want artists to have to be paid if their artwork is trained on by an AI, alright, fair enough, we can say that. That is a perfectly valid way we could organise our society. But what I am saying is that is not where we are at the moment. There is no such structure in place, and there should be a discussion about, is that what we really want, and why? Is Google picking your private data to train Gemini? Yes, they are. Should you be worried about AI making art and doing VA in big corporate projects? No. Should you be worried that AI will be used for mass surveillance? Yes, you should. Humans need to have work to live. No, they need. They don't need work to live. They need They need food, water, shelter, warmth to live. Yet the AI is a free employee that is trained off of the artist's work. Yes, humans are inspired by others' works of art, but a human would still be able to create without a prompt. They just need their own reason. I mean, you could certainly create an AI that doesn't need a prompt. I mean, the prompt is more just how how is the algorithm been set up to work? How do you actually initiate the creation process? But you could create an AI that just continuously creates art if you wanted. Doesn't need a prompt. Free? Within a few years, it will cost these companies more than an average employee. Sorry, I forgot about the subscription fees. It's not $40 for your information. Currently, every company is an AI wrapper. Also, that every company, a digital company in 2001, the bubble popped and like 3 or 4 survived. Same will happen again. Bubble pops and so many companies will die off. There was barely any violence at sea. But think of the Luddites. Think of all those weavers that went out of work. They must have felt like, oh hey, there's now all these men that are going to be unemployed. What are they going to do? You know, how are they going to survive? Well, ultimately they end up getting different jobs, is the answer. What it represents is a shifting in the job distribution within society. You know, people stop doing certain types of work and start doing, or fewer people are in certain professions and more in other professions. Now, one very important question is, how do we organise that shift? Do we do it heartlessly and just, you know, let people go unemployed and just say, well, it's not my problem? Or do we make sure that these people are supported and do actually have options for supporting themselves? Well, what they did do in the 2000s.com crash, nothing. Exactly. Which isn't good. They'll do the same again. Doesn't mean they should. But yeah. So rather than having companies that use a lot of AI have to pay royalties to artists, what they could do is say, right, well, if you want to use a lot of AI, then you are going to be forced to pay a lot of money to help artists retrain. There would be problems with administering that, but you know, from a societal point of view, that would seem much more forwards looking. Because the alternative to say that they have to employ artists would be to say that, right, so forevermore we have to do things in a really inefficient way just so that we can maintain a profession at an artificially high level of employment. Down here? There is even treasure to be found in a collapsing shack. Find out what happened to the greedy couple. That sounds like a clue. Where am I? It's so dark I can't see a thing. Anything that matters much in future are natural resources. Oh, maybe this is the way I came here. Oh, hello, there was something there that I didn't grab. Nope, this is new. Is this next to the Stargazer? It is. So I know where that is. Everything changed after the doctor spread the blue medicine. I buried my brother. I didn't even know it was my brother. Who was the doctor? Whose blue hair is it in his cane? That's a very strange message. No! Blast. Can I bring that thing back down? Will it come down on its own? Will it magically know I'm down here? Or if I just mucked it up? Ah, here. Wonderful. Oh, I remember what I was going to check. I was going to check that message about the Black Rabbit gang. Black Rabbit Brotherhood, a criminal group of 4 hunters charged with theft, assault, tampering with bodies and other serious crimes. Tampering with bodies? That's a bit odd. Their base is in the Malum district, so be extremely careful when entering it. I guess that's a clue as to who we're dealing with next, for goodness sake. Alright, let me update this information. Clues. Wanted poster. Hypothesis. Black Rabbit Brotherhood is the next boss. Oh, it's a bit long, isn't it? That'll do. Oh my goodness! And now I'm dead. Well, fortunately there's a fast way back, but the problem is that the enemies are going to be alive again. Good, that is here. It's given that it was sent up, you'd expect it to be here, but... But I didn't want to run over there just in case. There we go. That's what I was trying to get. Dark Moon, Moonstone of the Covenant. That's the thing we need to upgrade our trident. Although we need 2 of them for the next upgrade. Where am I even going next? There we go. Slum Shack Key. A key obtained from the Tomb Slums in Melham District opens a shack in the Tomb Slums. The Tomb Slums residents are infamous for being pickpockets and petty thieves. The shack might hold the treasures they have hidden away. I don't know where this shack is. It's all very well having the key, but I don't know where I'm going. The shack is back there. Oh, okay. The groundbreaking 1967 show Hair is celebrated as the first rock musical to embody the hippie counterculture. Must be a door somewhere. On the bottom floor. Okay. So down here. Should be 180 degrees from where the monster attacked. Okay. was that? Is that down here? I don't think so. Stay there. The big door that monster broke. Just the opposite of that. I'm not sure where that was. There? Here? Drop down, okay? Well, not here, because that's where the lift is. Go back. Here? No. Back. I'm not sure what way is back. Here? Over here. And straight. Ah, here. Thank you. Very helpful. A Belford Superior corrosion resistance converter. Interesting. Oh, I'm nearly dead. That's less than ideal. More weight, less fire damage reduction. A lot less fire resistance, but everything else is better. Appendage parts that increase the actual resistance to puppets can enhance resistance to decay. Well, that would have been nice to have had a while ago. An appendage made to order from Belford Superior Workshop. Well designed for small-scale orders, it boasts high performance. A parallel example to understand my opinion on AI art. All the snacks and processed foods is bad for your body, and making healthy food is difficult and very rewarding. So in the long run, AI art will help people to truly understand and appreciate real art. If AI doesn't get better. There is a basic assumption there that AI art isn't real art, which then raises the obvious question, well, what is real art? How do you define it? What makes it real, and what is it to be non-real art? I mean, presumably you wouldn't call that imaginary art. Oh. I may have chosen poorly. The current AI race is actually about AI-based weapons for warfare. That's not a happy thought. It's not a thought.
Mic test 1 2 1 2. We have a schedule update for the intruder. It's time to die.
This weapon does seem pretty good. I'll give you that, Tato.
Now, here's a safety reminder for all the malcontents of the Marlin district. A nasty puppet has invaded our territory. Be careful.
Target info. Target name unknown. Affiliation sweepers. Codename Cat. Joined the group as an apprentice hunter, but is inactive in the group. Has been reported multiple times for ignoring ranks and neglecting duty. Caught being in contact for the past year with the Fox, a dastardly hunter, under investigation for leaking inside secrets, but has not yet responded. Fox. Affiliation the Dastards. Codename Fox. As it is with the Dastards, she is assumed to have been ousted from the noble succession. The interesting thing is she claims that a cat is a dastard of the family, so in other words her lost sibling. If the information... Oh, okay, she claims that a cat is a bastard of the family, so in other words her lost sibling. If the information above is reliable, the cat is possibly a spy from the Dastards. It's an unofficial interrogation, so there are no restrictions to the methods available. You should use the fire grindstone. You mean to apply the fire effect? Well, real art is made only by people. Content can be made by AI, and people, that is the distinction I think will survive in the end. The artist will be able to explain in extensive detail how he made it. I would be surprised if AI couldn't already give you an explanation for how they made it, and it will probably only get better and better at doing that over time. Interesting. But which is the main path and which is the side path? Is Wintergatten's Marble Machine music? Another problem is that definition is very anthrocentric. If we attained true android intelligence, who are we to say that what they do is less meaningful than what we do? And if you accept that, and once you've accepted that, okay, in theory there could be a machine that is just as, who's just as capable as we are and whose work is just as meaningful as ours, which I think, in all, well, I will listen to counter arguments, but to me that seems like a perfectly reasonable statement to make, a very reasonable proposition. Then you end up with issues of where do you draw the line then? You know, how can we meaningfully distinguish ourselves from even current AI? I mean, there are some things that we can do which it can't, I will grant you, but precisely on what criteria are you drawing that distinction? And why? Who gets to make the call? Welcome to the territory of the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. Remember, anyone who fails to pay the protection fee on time is headed straight for the coffin. Right, it's a protection racket of some sort. Looks like we can level. What do I want to level? Does that seem reasonable? Yeah. Or do I want to go for more technique? Probably more technique right now. Vigor, don't you like stamina? Well, it doesn't increase the rate at which it regenerates, does it? My thinking is, it's all very well having a bigger bar, but I'm just going to exhaust it all very quickly anyway. Hello there.
Oh, I saw you go into the factory. But you're here. So, wait. You came out of the factory? That's a new one.
I thought you would have been burnt to a crisp. But look at you. All intact.
Brother, being too frank is rude. We should praise him for being stronger than he looks. Why not join forces? Play our cards right, and we could defeat the villains who rule this area.
Interesting.
They're the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. The baddies who torment the residents around here.
We heard their hideout is stuffed with treasure. And it's a good time to liberate this place as well. Pretty sweet deal, don't you think?
Sounds like you're just also a bunch of, sounds like you want to take out the leaders of this area and pick them off their bones. Pick their bones clean. And I'm not convinced. I mean, you may well be right that they're not on the up and up. I mean, we did see that message that looked very much like it was part of a protection racket, but I'm not entirely convinced how much that concerns you.
All you have to do is create a distraction. That's it. The rest we can handle.
So, you gonna do it?
What do we think, chat? Sounds like America? Okay, I'll accept. Nothing to lose.
Smart choice. Look at our smart friend, Gato.
We're no slouches in the fisticuffs department in a pinch. You lead. We'll bring up the rear and watch for hidden threats.
Look at those two.
I like it. Let's fight on.
What do you think? Not bad, eh? Our new dumbass.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna have a short nap. Watch you be further than me when I wake up. I don't know, we'll have to see. I hope I don't regret allying myself with them. They don't seem to do much damage at all, do they? did not go well for them. Not one bit. To be fair, everyone we've encountered so far going through this area has attacked us. And I assume that's going to continue. With that in mind... What is that creature? Oh, it was a dog, but it's got horns growing out of its back? Blue horns? Wonder what caused that. Also thinking, everything I've encountered coming through here so far has attacked me, so there's probably no... so far it's probably not that big of a... It's not going to have been that bad of an idea to have a couple of people helping me out. Have a taste of La Bruise, the greatest wine in the world. La Bruise Winery has a long history. Oh, sorry, winery. La Bruise Winery has a long history. Vintage wine starting alongside the rival of Krat. Its rosy colour, known as the Ruby of Heaven, is delicately matured scent and taste. Is a wonderful aftertaste. Oh, it's wonderful aftertaste. Sorry, I can't speak properly. Let's try again. Have a taste of La Bruise, the greatest wine in the world. The La Bruise Winery has a long history. Vintage wine, starting alongside the rival of Krat. Its rosy colour, known as the Ruby of Heaven, is delicately matured scent and taste. Its wonderful aftertaste. Even the legendary hunters enjoy a La Bruise. Taste the best... Oh, the legendary hunter enjoys La Bruise. Taste the best wine chosen by the one who stood at the pinnacle. Rival of Krat. Yeah, I was wondering what they were talking about. Started alongside the rival of Krat. What does that mean? Oh, started alongside the revival of Krat. Thank you. I really can't read. Where am I going? Up, I suppose. Or was this the way I came in? I'm actually not sure. I don't think I came this way.
Up. It's been a while since I worked like that. I got aches, you know? And I wouldn't want to cramp your style. I'll take a breather here, then catch up later.
Yeah, so they're gonna let me get beat up. 6 hours of streaming, maybe you deserve a break. I'll be fine. I'll tell you what I wouldn't mind, and that is a Stargazer. Motivity crank, completely useless to me.
Here's a news bulletin. This just in. The intruder turned out to be Geppetto's puppet. This month's protection fee will be waived for anyone who hunts it down. What a deal! Now only up to run, you idiots!
I take it these aren't the residents here, right? Oh my goodness. I mean, I'd assumed up to this point that in their current condition they weren't of sound mind. But I guess I don't know that for certain. No! That guy does not look like he needs protection. thingy from the grinder. Oh yeah, I can do that, can't I? But presumably it only works a short time, so I don't want to do that until I'm close. Yeah, it didn't go well for them, did it? They're giving me plenty of star fragments, aren't they? Well, I'm complaining. Oh, okay, I'm not actually as far back as I thought I was. Ow, hang on, you're actually kind of tough. Previously I had help dealing with this one. What is on our clothes? Is that all mud? No, there we go. I think it lasts a minute or two. Yeah, we'll use it once we get close then. Close to the enemy that got me. Was that just over here? No. There's still a little more to do. We can't be far off though. Here we go. There we go. Right, let's have a word. Well, that's less than ideal. Wait, what? Oh, I hadn't dealt with them properly. Well then. Now it's your turn. Well, the way they were spurting, like they were twitching in, it wasn't quite spurting, was it? Although there was a bit of blood. They were like twitching in time with their heartbeat. Hey, Farian, lovely to see you. How are you today? don't die. That was close. Nearly died. And we won, and we got the Patience Amulet. I know there's a lot more enemies around here, though. And what do you suppose that symbol is? Do you think that's the symbol of the Black Rabbit Brotherhood? Because it look, with the little pointy uppy bits, it does look a bit like a rabbit cyclops. Like a cross between a rabbit and the Eye of Sauron. How do I get up the top? Oh, I can't open it from this side, fair enough. There are items up the top I'd have liked to have collected. Ah ha ha! There's the flu. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How are you holding up? Catch that butterfly! Very nice. Ooh. What have we found here? Don't know what is your... Oh, hang on. He's faster than a speeding bullet. Before movies or TV, the Scriptonian made his grand entrance in print. In which year did Superman first appear? Find out when the ads end in about a minute. I don't know. It would have been. It wouldn't have been after the 1950s. I wouldn't have thought. Oh, 1938. That's even earlier than I'd have thought. I would have guessed somewhere between the 1940s and 1950s. I don't know. What is your opinion? I think a live classic performance is pretty difficult to organise, and has the potential to be a new kind of art where people appreciate more than anything generated by AI. He's not playing the music himself. He made the machine prompt that plays the music. Is that not AI? How do I get over there? Drop down from there? There's a ladder there, I think. Ring ring. Right, that was a telephone, wasn't it? No idea where. I take it that it doesn't time out, right? Like I'm not going to lose out on the opportunity to answer just because I took too long. Annoying. What an odd way to get up. Quartz! Wonderful. We can upgrade our Porgan with that. It does not time out, don't worry. Excellent. That's good to know. Ah, down here. Well, that was unexpected. Don't know where they've gone. Oh, there they are. Are they wearing a crown? No. I must have imagined that. Aside from the fruit, I'm just groovy, thanks. That's good. I hope you have a speedy recovery. I must get up there from the other side, I think. Right, where was that ringing? I trust you're feeling more comfortable now. How do you mean, sorry? Oh, indeed, Ilfarian, a fascinating piece of lore. Thank you for sharing. I trust you're feeling more comfortable now. As we know, in Siegel and Schuster did a story called Reign of the Supermen in 33, I think it was, in which Superman was a telepathic villain. I did not know this. That is very interesting. I don't think I attacked these individuals, so that raises some questions. Did I miss the telephone, Tato? Is it back here? Somewhere from a ladder. Well, in art, you appreciate the skill of a person and the music, so I think it's AI. A machine play is similar to copy of a painting. Do you know how AI works? I'm gonna work, since I know we're gonna come back here later from a different angle, I'm gonna work on the assumption that we haven't reached the phone yet. Haha. Alright, get ready everyone.
Another fine day in the city of Krat, but I wonder, my friend, just where you've been? Oh. I hope my return isn't too unexpected. It seems that our fates may be interconnected. Now, do pay attention. You won't want to miss when the king of all riddles says, "Riddle me this." I stand tall and proud when I'm young and bold, but I'm short and humble once I've gotten old. What am I?
Is it a pencil? I'm thinking of the human effort of making art, not the technology of AI. What about the human effort of making AI or the first plane? Science. Answer to this riddle. Is it a pencil? I mean, it seems like it's going to be something that gets used up over the course of its natural life. It's really easy. I don't want to start the timer until I'm confident, though. I really don't want to get it wrong. Two options. One makes sense, one does not. Alright. Bus, boa constrictor, candle.
That's right. Did you cheat? Are you cheating? Better not be cheating. You're irritatingly good at this. Or am I? Oh, impossible. I am the king of riddles, and you are just, well, you. No offense. You're either very lucky, improbably bright, or more likely, you're cheating. But I would never level such an accusation in a culture where dueling is still an acceptable method of solving disputes.
It wasn't in Victorian Britain.
Riddles, not the king of swordplay. You know, I wonder, perhaps it's your connection to Candle. Because the answer is, right? You get it, but you're not feeling violent. Huh. Even better.
What do you mean, connection to candle? I don't understand that.
It's as good a time as any to grant you this boon. Now, take your new key and say, give me some room. I can tell you're enjoying these times that we spar. I take leave of you now, but don't go too far.
Is science less fascinating to you than art? Well, I know where one of the doors is. I'm concerned, though, that, Oh, how am I going to get over there? There we go. Shot put, blimey. No. What was I thinking? I'm concerned, though, that there'll be another Trinity door near here, and I've missed one of the puzzles. Because it seems odd that I have to backtrack to get to the door for that key. It's not impossible, they could have designed the game that way. Well, art allows you to express your feelings in a more meaningful connection with others. You have not missed anything. Excellent. That's good to know. That wasn't my question. I would point out, although I actually agree with you, I think central to art is the communication of feelings. A lot of people will disagree with you because it's become very popular in the last 100 years to think of not art communicating feelings, but art evoking feelings in the observer. And, you know, such people would argue that art has no inherent meaning, regardless of what the artist had intended. And in fact, all that matters is how you feel about it. I don't personally agree, but I comprehend that argument. I accept that it is a widely held one. Oh my goodness, it's a That God You Know raid. Thank you very much, this is incredibly kind. For those that don't know me, I'm Robert, and this is the El Magnifico Games channel. On this channel, we play old games, and we play new games. We play more actiony games, and we play games that require you to think. Currently, I've got a playthrough of Lies of P on the go, which you can see right now, which is a Souls-like. I also need to pick another puzzle game to play. I picked up Fez to play recently, because it seemed like it'd be a really good puzzle adventure game, but judging by the viewership when I did that stream, I'm guessing not a lot of people want to see me play Fez. But I do a lot of puzzle and adventure games on this channel as well. Like I recently played through the King's Quest series, for example, and I also did Older Skies recently, which was a adventure game by Dave Gilbert of Wadget Eye Games. I'm probably going to die here, to be honest. But yeah, and I'm down. Oh well. That god you know is raiding from streaming Elden Ring Night Rain. That god you know appears to be a rather ambitious individual, seeking to conquer every Souls game and their respective DLCs. They recently took a brief respite from this monumental task to play Night Rain with a companion. One could only hope their journey through Dark Souls was not too harrowing. Was that with Pikachu? I bet the room I was just in had a shortcut back there. So as a published author and a routine seller of hand-drawn portraits, what I can say is that whereas AI can duplicate my work, but it can't do it for the same reasons I can. I create a book or a drawing because I feel this aching desire to tell a story or recreate an image. AI simply does what's instructed, so if you want a story or a picture, AI is for you. You want a window into the soul of the artist writer, human creation is what you're looking for. That is a fair assessment, although I would say that only stands because currently AI does not have a rich internal world. Whether we will ever reach that point, I don't know, but I would say that we're a long way off of it, if it is achievable. It probably is achievable, to be honest, but we're nowhere close to that yet. That's fair enough, but what about AI as a tool? What about people that can't, that don't have the ability to draw or paint well, nor have the opportunity to learn, but use AI as a form of expression? For the raiders that have joined us, we've been having a prolonged discussion about AI and ethics, and where we stand on certain points and why. Fez is interesting, but can be a bit boring. I watched a VOD a bit. Okay. Can you tell me why you found Fez boring? That's absolutely fine. It's just that's the sort of information I need as a streamer, because I don't necessarily... My job is literally to keep you all entertained, and I'm not very good at understanding why other people feel the way they do, so just helping me understand why a particular game you find boring would be a tremendous help. Ow! Oh my goodness. Boring to watch, I mean. Oh, come now. This is annoying me. There we go. I don't know why that took me so long. Or why I found it so hard. It looked like their little horns, though, grew tentacles, which is unusual. Like the little horns I observed on their back earlier, when the dogs are still breathing, it seems like they're actually prehensile tentacles. I think you underestimate the capabilities of AI. Also, the idea of development. Anything AI can't do anything now really only means we haven't developed it enough. Find the Space used to be the literal fairy tales, and now rich people can pay a spot of money to go up for a while. I get that, but as important it is for you to art, It's equally important for engineering to create mathematical matrices so it can do almost magic. Since current even scientists don't completely understand how exactly AI works. Yes and no. I know what you mean. They don't... That the major developments in AI recently have largely been trial and error. They've just tried a bunch of different things and have found what seems to work best, and they don't really know... They don't really have... The theory hasn't caught up yet with the practical side of things. They don't really understand why certain methods seem to get better results than others. But they're not completely in the dark either. Obviously they know what they've written. Supposed to look fun, but the player engages deep with it because he makes real-time decisions that can be boring, but you might want to go in other ways. Are you saying that you find Fez boring because it's a game which branches, and as a viewer you don't like it when the player goes in a different direction than you would? You say almost magic, but once again this is time. Distance travelled thing. The stuff engineering can do now is actual magic compared to 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years? AI seems magic compared to 5 years ago. I think people have people seem to have this idea that AI suddenly popped up a few years ago and is out of nowhere. It didn't. Like, it's been continuously being developed for well, frankly, several decades now. The main thing is they reached a threshold recently where a bunch of jobs which had to be done manually before can now be automated using AI.
Good. Who'd have thought we'd make it this far? You've got all kinds of skills.
But in reality, there have been continuous incremental improvements to AI, as I say, for decades. This is also true. Not LLM.
Hey, everything went smooth as silk. And you know me, I don't impress easy.
Sure, but I gotta ask, you really gonna take on the Black Rabbit Brotherhood by yourself?
Large language models themselves, no, but the techniques which underpin the large language models, yes. Oh, that's a very interesting emote there. Flixzy. I apologise if I'm mispronouncing that. It's a pleasure to meet you anyway. Oh, is that indicating that you're enjoying the music that was just playing for a moment there? Oh, boss arena. Very nice. Hang on. If there's a boss arena, we opened up a shortcut just a second ago that goes right back to the start where the Stargazer is, which is this game's version of a bonfire, for those that know Dark Souls. I'm going to quickly dash back to the Stargazer and level up, and I'll also regain all my healing items. And then we'll go for the boss fight. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Kind of a shame that I did that, actually, because that particular attribute doesn't, or that particular meter doesn't recover when you rest. And honestly, I would have probably been better off saving that, but never mind. Is it really worth increasing vigor at all, do you think, Tato? Because as I say, if it's not going to increase the rate at which I regain stamina, I'm just not sure that's worthwhile. I'm more tempted to just go for a 3 technique. Bypassing natural talent has been an issue since the dawn of time. There was a very strong alpha male caveman who had all the all the cave women and could eat all the cave food he wanted because he was strong. And then a much smaller cave person whacked him over the head with a stick, bypassing the natural talent needed to keep yourself alive. Being born bigger and stronger isn't a talent. Just straight up wrong. That's like saying being born smart isn't a talent. Being born with artistic value isn't talent. I'll go with technique for now. Right, onwards to the boss fight. Attention is all you need is a 2017 landmark research paper in machine learning authored by 8 scientists working at Google. The paper introduced a new deep learning architecture known as the Transformer, and based on the attention mechanism proposed in 2014 by Bandano et al., is considered a foundational paper in modern artificial intelligence and a main contributor to the AI boom, as the Transformer approach has become the main architecture of a wide variety of AI. The paper that changed the path of AI completely, giving birth to LLM. Oh, I don't disagree, but like, notice that it said modern artificial intelligence, and the main architecture has become the main architecture, and it said landmark paper in machine learning, etc., etc., based on a paper from 2014, etc., etc. All this technology dates back much further. Yes, they're making developments, but my point is the history of AI is much, much older than people seem to assume. Right, wish me luck. What do you think the word natural means? Oh, talent. Natural aptitude or skill. Biology isn't a skill. Talent is something you cultivate. That's contentious because a lot of people talk about talent as though it's something you're born with, as opposed to something you develop, but something you cultivate. But I actually, although I do agree that people are born with different natural aptitudes towards different things, I feel like in real life, most of the time when they say that person's talented, what they actually mean is that person has cultivated a skill to a high level. They don't actually mean they were born with something. Google is so awful. They wrote the game-changing paper, yet couldn't get a head start in the game. Interesting. So they like their theatrics.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
Sure. Eldest is the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. I'm doing a bad job here. Oh my goodness. I don't think I'm going to do it this time, but that's okay.
Oh no! Knock him out, bro!
Ow!
Come on! You played nice with the others.
Don't you want to play with me, Mr. Puppet?
I take it the fox and the cat were actually part of the Brotherhood. They might not have been. Hand them down.
Who wants to watch this guy?
Also, Google knows that OpenAI is stealing data, but won't talk about it because they themselves are stealing data. Meta took it easier route by making the stuff open source, and whatever Microsoft is doing. In a landmark moment for Latin American politics, this nation freely elected its first Marxist president. Who was his pioneering leader? Find out in the ad's end in about a minute. I don't actually know. A special natural ability or aptitude, a talent for drawing, synonym, genius, gift, capability. I don't actually believe in genius. I don't think it exists.
Oh, I knew we shouldn't trust them. Let's get out of here and get those lousy bums to business.
What are they complaining about? No, I don't believe in genius.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
This is a bad start.
Mind if I mess that kid up? Come on.
Oh my goodness, attack!
Come on! You played nice with the others. Don't you want to play with me, Mr. Puppet? So this is Geppetto Puppet, huh? Gotta admit, he knows what he's doing.
Ow! Ow! And I'm down again. You don't believe in a genius? What does that mean? I think genius is a myth. I think it's been spread about by people that essentially want to set up mutual appreciation societies. You know, they want to at least advocate for the idea that they live in a world where there are people born with superhuman intelligence, and they're one of them, and so are their friends. That's essentially what it's about. So you can just say, oh, so and so, they're a genius. I don't think there are people born with superhuman intellects. I don't think that's possible. I think even more than physical traits, there is a limit to what a human brain can do.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
It's a very obvious. It's a very obvious idea, because it's kind of like taking someone that's mentally handicapped and then saying, oh hey, well what if you ran it the other way? You know, if someone can be mentally handicapped, then couldn't someone be mentally super able? I think the answer is no, because clearly things can, clearly if you have a machine like the human brain, things could happen that means that it doesn't work as well as it was supposed to, but you can't really change it in a way that makes it suddenly capable of things that it was never capable of before without changing what it is, if you see what I mean. You know, I think most adult humans are of approximately equal intelligence. There will be, you do run into issues of defining intelligence, and I do think people's brains can be wired to be better or worse at different tasks. I'm not suggesting everyone is equally capable at everything, I just think there's an upper limit. I don't think you get people that really are just leagues above any other healthy adult human. At least in terms of how the term genius commonly gets used. I mean, you will get people that, for example, have amazing memories. Yeah, absolutely. But when people say so-and-so's a genius, they usually don't just mean they have a really good memory. They're implying a load of other things, which I just don't believe in. I mean, it's all bound up in ideas of exceptionalism. You know, there's this concept that there are people out there that are just high achievers and they always will be and they were just born like it. And I just don't believe in any of that. That sort of thinking just supports the status quo. Which benefits the people that have more access to resources. You know, that can pay for their children to have better educations, that type of thing. Salvador Allende made history as the first freely elected Marxist president in Latin America, leading Chile from 1970 until 1973. Do you think people are smarter than others? Obviously, you presumably posted that before I had given my full response. I don't think you get outright smarter in all areas, because you can be really good at certain things and not so brilliant at others. I think, for example, having a mind that is very good at picking up language is very different to a mind that is very good with graphical media, which is very different to someone that's good with numbers. I do think people vary in their ability to do those things. I just think, as I say, there's an upper limit. I don't think you get people that are just truly phenomenal. Oh my goodness, I shouldn't have done that. I wish there was a fast way to go back when I muck up. Just trying to go into this fight with one less healing item is not a good idea. Also, a side note, this is like my second most hated boss fight in Lies of P, or in any game. What's the first? The rest of them. By the way, humans aren't very weak to fire. This game has simple rules. Puppets are weak to shock, carcasses fire, humans acid. I was wondering, because you said before there's only 3 elements, and I was wondering if the next boss required acid to defeat. But I had this trident, and which seemed like a fairly good weapon, and no way, and I don't have an acid weapon. I don't own one. See, in the Red Lobster Inn, there is a merchant. Where's the Red Lobster Inn? Ah! Oh my goodness. Much like a talent, being a genius is subjective. Some people think Vince Russo is a genius, some people think Van Gogh isn't. Yeah, but the point is that if being a genius were real, then it wouldn't be subjective. Like, in the way that that word is used, it would have to be objective, and it just isn't. You know, like, or if not, I suppose it sort of occupies that very, like, it occupies that, in reality it would occupy that awkward space where it's something that I suppose technically is subjective, but in reality in most cases it's going to be obvious. You know, for example, the example I was going to say is a bit like being mentally handicapped, like that's objective, but then actually I suppose it's not. People could disagree about that, but you know what I mean, like some people who have very severe learning difficulties, there isn't a question, they have very severe learning difficulties. In the same way, if being a genius was real, there would be people where you know, there couldn't be disagreement. They are clearly a genius, and I don't believe in that. I don't believe such people exist. I know there are people that have been described as such. Einstein, obviously, Bill Gates, Donald Trump. I don't believe a word of it. I don't think they're especially bright people. Just right place, right time. No offense to them. I'm not. To be clear, I don't mean that as some sort of insult. I'm not saying, oh, you know. I'm not saying Bill Gates is an idiot or anything. I'm just making the point. I don't believe he's a genius because I don't believe in geniuses. Find the merchant. You're in the Red Lobster Inn. Find the merchant. Okay, thank you. Did I skip a message? I feel like there was. I feel like chat's gone past. Get it. Oh, sorry, Mike. I'm not sure I know the context for when that was sent. Did you mean just find the merchant, or was that about something else? If you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing it's stupid. Fishes are stupid. What about octopuses? Are you going to argue that that's not a fish because it's a mollusk? Right, so I'm looking for a merchant. Well, it's not going to be there. Based on what criteria? Comparison. The meter of stupidity. If we were comparing fish to humans, and we're using mean words, then yes, fish are stupid. Where is the merchant? I want your weapon. Assuming you have one. Where could they even be? There's like 2 floors and I've explored both of them, it feels like, fully. Past this door, maybe? No? First tell me, how does this work? It will live its whole life believing it's stupid. No, if we say octopus are fish for the argument, and they're still stupid compared to humans. Actually, octopuses can complete some mental tasks faster than humans can. Not all, but some they can. Mollusk, crabs, aquatic animals, triladder, the underwater trees, the ones that are underwater and colourful reefs. I'm not sure what that is in. I'm not sure what point you're making, but yes, reefs are a thing. They're not trees, but they are. Sorry, I haven't found the ladder. I saw the message about the ladder. I just don't know where the ladder is. I must have run past it or something. But yeah, reefs are a structure that grows underwater. It is a. They are alive. A fish can't believe in stupidity either. Comparisons aren't made to be fair either. They're made to compare. No, not reefs, the trees. I'm not sure which ones you mean. Are you talking about like mangrove trees? You missed the most important word in my comment, fairly. The underwater trees. You can't fairly... I'm not aware of any tree that lives entirely underwater. Because they need their leaves on the surface to photosynthesize. I think it's mangrove trees that have like extensive root systems that extend under the water, and they often have fish that live in those systems. By the way, I don't think fish are stupid. I don't know the name. They are trees, no leaves. I don't think it can be a tree then. Can I have help finding this merchant? I know you said there's a ladder, but I must have run past it a dozen times by now. I'm just not seeing this ladder. It's the stuff that cuts you up when you step on it. I mean, some reef structures will do that. It's very common. I'm just stupid compared to other humans, so I can't think of the name. In science, there's a reason we don't compare the intelligence of fish to that of humans. When testing for behaviors, we compare humans to humans and fish to fish. I'm feeling so incredibly stupid right now. I really cannot find this, there it is. Found it. The Great Barrier Reef is a... I mean, it's a reef.
I thought there were no more survivors. But you're new. I do love a bit of commerce, but the bosses are really strict about who I'm allowed to sell to. Are you with the Black Rabbit Brotherhood?
No.
I liked your honesty, kid. But you should know that if you're not one of us, the bosses will feed you to the monsters. If you, give me a little something, I feel like I'll remember that you belong here. How does that sound? Call it evidence of sincerity. Just show me your sincerity.
Give a Radiant Ergo fragment.
Oh, I completely forgot. You must be new, eh? Go ahead and take a look. Let's keep this between us, eh?
Purchase. Right, what we got? Bramble curved sword blade. Is this the one? Does that do acid damage? Is that what I'm looking for? You can find the merchant inside Lobster Inn beside the Stargazer. It needs to be unlocked from the inside. In the first room from the Stargazer, you find a ladder that leads up to the merchant. Once again, just flatly false. Magnifico just mentioned some octopus who can do things faster than some humans. That's a comparison in favour of the fish. Yes, I understand that, but when we're designing something for use in human society, we don't test whether an octopus can do it. We test whether various humans can do it, because an octopus's ability to do it is irrelevant. That's wrong. And when we're designing something to be used by fish, we don't test whether humans can do it for the same reason. No, you already have acid weapon. Oh, okay. Back to the... Do I have an acid weapon? I didn't think I did. That's not acid. Where would where would the different types appear? Alright, that's electric blitz. Oh, I do! Acidic crystal spear, I didn't know that. I'd need to level it. It doesn't scale very well, but we can give it a go. So back to the hotel. We'll try leveling this weapon, then we'll give it a go against these enemies and see if it does better than the trident. We teach animals to do literally thousands of tasks for humans every day. We have guide dogs for the blind to help guide them through the city. I saw a guide dog today. As it happens, I don't see guide dogs very often, but I happened to see one today. We've taught birds to deliver messages.
I know my way around the weapon. Want me to look at some?
So the thing about like carrier pigeons and that type of thing, they're actually just flying home. Like, you don't tell them where to go. They're raised in a particular location. You take them away from there, and then if you let them go, they will just fly back to where they came from. And all they used to do is they used to just tie a message to them, and oh, lo and behold, the message would make its way back. They weren't really taught. I don't really want to level that using our special leveling items in case it's rubbish. Can I alter the handle? I don't think I have a technique. Crank. No. Why does it want me to have 2 technique cranks? Oh, for that one. I see. Yeah, and I don't even have 1 technique crank. That's a shame.
At the House of An...
I wish there were more technique cranks in this game. Oh well. I've got the weapon. Let's go back to the boss fight and see how we do. It may well be worse than the trident. In specialized instances, yes. What makes a delivery of mail special? Humans can deliver mail. I don't think it's special. Now we've gotten to the argument of, is a delivery person a genius because they deliver mail faster than an octopus with no car? Yes, and the bird can do it in a fraction of the time. Using animals at all is not the same thing as comparing the intellect of 2 different species. Hang on. One thing I should have checked. Do I have an acid thingamabob? The thing that applies the element, the grinder. Actually, did I even need to go back here? Possibly not. There's a whole issue in designing dumpsters for national parks where the dumpster needs to be easy to use so that the dumbest person can do it, but not too easy so that the smartest bear is not able to do it and the overlap is crazy. Oh, I remember a particularly insulting saying. I remember that some, apparently some, like, national park workers had in the US. They used to say that the smartest bear is smarter than the dumbest human, and so as a result they can't design bins that are both bear proof and all humans can use. Not what I wanted to do. Where do I get the grindstone thing from? Who sells them? Or how do I make them?
At the House of Anin.
Someone gave me a grindstone a while back for this. I don't remember where. The handle is what is the best thing. Yes, it does. What? That kind of proves my point. Is a human more stupid than a bear because the bear can figure out a trash can it can, or the human smarter than the bear because it can be taught to drive? You have to approach intellect with the limitations of the species. The limitation of the species is the level of intellect they have. Period. When compared to its own species, no. Try reception.
Welcome to...
Oops.
Welcome to...
Add shop goods. Hand over crap supply
is a
box.
supply box, officially approved by the city of Krat.
He said that without moving his lips.
I shall open it and add it to the hotel shop. Many thanks, good sir. Welcome to Hotel Pro.
I'm seeing no grindstones. You also keep saying we don't test animals and compare results with humans. Yes, we do.
At the House of Anini.
I feel like there's supposed to be a way for me to acquire and use new grindstones, but I'm not sure what that is. Mice and monkeys all day, every day, all over the world get tested on for products then sold to humans.
I'll use my power to help you.
Wait, blue hair? She has blue hair. We saw a note about where did the blue hair come from on so-and-so's mace or something like that. Am I just out of luck when it comes to grindstones?
At the House of Anini.
Maybe it's a stargazer thing? Oh, I see. I need a new grindstone. Right, okay. Which is a slightly different item to what I thought it was. I thought it was the whole apparatus, but it's not. I swap out the grindstones. Got it.
At the House of...
Electric Blitz grindstone, but no acid grindstone. Alright, I'll check the merchant near the boss fight, and if they don't have it, I'll assume it's not available right now. Oops. We use them for their specific level of intelligence and problem-solving skills. Those tests wouldn't work on other animals because the other animals wouldn't be smart enough. Now, I'm approaching behaviour and intellect through the lens of myself, who is a doctorate in psychology and has spent 20 years studying how brains work. Saying every fish on Earth is stupid because it can't read is incorrect. Of course a fish can't read, so you can't measure their intellect by that metric. I do tend to agree with Ilfarian in this.
bosses work hard.
I don't think it's completely meaningless to do comparisons between different species. Like, for example, if you're comparing, say, a chimpanzee with a human, to better understand how the human brain differs, for example. But I do think to use humanity, the human brain, is essentially the metric by which you judge the intelligence of other animals, isn't a particularly fair or meaningful comparison. I think that's less damage than we were doing before. Which is fine. Worth testing though. Under what nautical moniker did Daryl Dragon sail when he formed a chart-topping 70s duo? Find out when the ads end in about a minute. Daryl Dragon does not sound like a given name. That sounds like a showbiz name. I didn't say fish are stupid because they can't read. I said they are stupid compared to humans. Yeah, but stupid in what sense? Because there will be specific things that specific types of fish can do better than human beings can. Let's be my point. Yes, they're stupid compared to humans. That's why we don't compare them to humans or map them in intellect, because it's not fair to the fish. Daryl Dragon was better known as Captain when he teamed up with Tony Tenile to become the iconic duo and Captain Tennille. Oh. Yeah, this is doing more damage. Quite a bit more. I'm just letting them kill me right now because I mucked up at the start. I keep getting the items mucked up because in this game there's one button you press to use your item, but it could use either the top item or the bottom item depending upon whichever one you last accessed. And that keeps throwing me. I keep accidentally either trying to repair my weapon when I meant to heal, or heal when I meant to repair my weapon. You get the acid grindstone later, okay. But you can buy an acid one time, you use grindstone from merchant. Well, at least you're stuck here where I am. Welcome back, Pikachu.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
Ow.
That's it. It's my turn.
So this is Geppetto's puppet, huh? Gotta admit, knows what he's doing. Demonstration time. Who wants to watch this guy break them?
Hi, Elfarian, how are you doing? Still remarkably sick, unfortunately. Fair in what way? You're using a false comparison because there is fair in terms of genetics and there is fair in terms of testing. If I take tests involving characters, I'll do better than the fish. But just to be specific, this is the smartest fish in the world, and it is underwater people, and it knows what computers are, and it knows how to use them. It still wouldn't be as smart as me because of the physical capabilities of its brain. Its tiny fish brain. There's a reason we don't entertain ideas such as, but what if it's a magic fish when we're testing things? Hey, being sick, hope you're getting some rest. Why don't I have that weapon? I want a big long pokey stick thing. You can buy it. It's a boss weapon. It seems like you don't entertain any idea that didn't come from you. That may have been a slightly rude, I think.
Bring it on.
I hope you don't mind my saying.
Nothing like my face.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no! Knock him out, bro!
Come on! You played nice with the others. Don't you want to play with me, Mr. Puppet?
Ow. Yep. Help. Let's team up on this one quickly. And we can deal with the so-called brother. I don't know if they are actually siblings. They do describe themselves as a brotherhood after all.
Gotta admit, knows what he's doing.
I've seen this before. Let's finish this.
It's doable. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's doable. I'll probably lose this. Oh my goodness. I beat them. Is that 7? Boss number 7?
This puppet's crazy!
Oh, sorry, Pikachu, regarding spoilers.
Pay for that.
Thank you, friend. Replussant Ergo Chunk and Taunt. Not watching, not looking. I think the cinematic has ended now. I'm about to set up the Stargazer. Let me enjoy. Oh, hang on. Be nice, around Magnifico Games will poke you with his pokey stick. I'll refrain. Don't want Piku to have to come here and work. I do want that weapon. I wonder if I mess things up by not buying it. If you have Father's Ergo, you can buy it. Now you're good. As long as you two don't get really heated, bicker away. Good games. I might have used it on something else. Spoilers. You can just start the game over, not watching, not looking, and reach these guys before next stream. Shoot, why can't I beat them? I've been trying here and there. All break. I think picking up the trident would help tremendously, as others have said. What do I level now? Is Vigor worth it, do we think? I may as well put a little into Vigor. Right, well, I guess I'm going back to the hotel to find out what I'm doing now, which is presumably going to be more spoilers. Oh no, wait, I've just looked at the time. Oh, blimey. I did not realise, I did not realise how much time had passed while I was doing that. Must be the scintillating conversation. Right, so I suppose I'm wrapping up. I'll find someone to raid in a moment. Thank you for joining me, everyone. Next stream's going to be Friday, but I don't know what I'm going to be playing. I started Fez, but the viewership for it was terrible. So I'm assuming I'm dropping Fez. So I'm going to have to find another puzzle or adventure game. Hopefully one that will be a little more popular. But I'll be doing something on Friday. Oh, and I'll also be doing Split Fiction with Pikachu. In fact, if I'm doing Split Fiction with Pikachu, and there's a fair chance she'll raid me after we finish, I wonder if I am better off doing Lies of P. Since that's likely to be something that all of the raiders are likely to enjoy. Anywho, something for Friday. Monday, Monday would normally be Lies of P, and then Wednesday will be continuing whatever I start on Friday. Don't end stream. I need to post a bunch of links of humans teaching fish to use computers. See you next time. Bye bye. Just roll over to the next one. Teach the fish to post them links. We are playing Split Fiction. We are indeed. I didn't missay it, did I? The fish has done it. Yes, if you want to post things, the Discord would be a better place to do it. Since obviously I am wrapping up right now. What was I thinking? So yeah, I've talked about when the upcoming streams are. I've thanked everybody for coming. I suppose I need to find somebody to raid now. Why don't we raid Saint Jeezy? I think we'll do that. So once again, thank you for joining me, everyone. Thank you for everyone that kept me company in chat, and thank you to everybody that lurked. I appreciate each and every one of you. I'm sorry to the people that got a bit upset today. I know that we actually had several conversations which got a bit heated today. And obviously I try to promote respectful discourse and understanding other people's point of view, even if we disagree. Or at least having those discussions. I believe there's a lot of value in having discussions, even if they're uncomfortable. But at the same time, it's not nice to feel uncomfortable, and I hope I haven't left too many people feeling, well, upset and uncomfortable. Anywho, have a wonderful night, everyone, and I'm going to raid Saint Jeezy. Oh, hang on, I forgot. There's the whole, like, raid timer thing. Raiding in a second. There we go.